It is now being recorded, and it looks like the stream is working, but I'm going to test it. I'm going to test the stream.
It's going to work. It's working. It's working.
So when we go to Facebook, we should be able to see us, right?
When you go to Facebook, WHOW.
Wow.
The WHOW organization page.
Get in on there.
I'm trying to search it now. I see a link that I posted, but I don't see us quite live yet. But it says we're posted live, so
there's loading, join.
Let me look on my Facebook.
Streaming live.
Network.
Yeah, I'm able to click on it and go to it, but no.
Well, not the part where you click on. You should actually see our faces live at this current moment on Facebook.
Is it making me log into WHOW?
Doing the spring. That one is not it. It's still
Cantice is asking for the link on
Yep,
Facebook.
I'm sending it to her now. Okay. It says that we're live streaming. New stream on custom. Let me see if it's. It says we're live.
See the Zoom, like you said.
Okay, it says Crystal's inviting you to a Zoom topic. See more. Do I need to go live? Click on the Zoom link here on the Facebook page?
No, it should be like we should be streaming live.
Okay, let me look. Let me go down some more and see.
I just like, I don't know what just happened.
Street cred, is that what he needed? You know, but then I have to realize not to talk down and just say.
We'll give it a second while everybody comes on live. So Tamora, if you could start asking questions to the women that are here today while I get up.
Good morning, everyone. As you can see, I'm trying to see it live myself, but I'm gonna work right here. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Anything? Okay. Well, it's good to see everyone. Good that everyone's out. And a few questions that we do want to, I wanted to say is how we all coping so far as business-wise with, you know, the COVID, since they've lifted some of the stuff, we still haven't been able to have very many people in attendance, which is why we're here now doing this, which is a good platform as well. I love this platform because you don't have to completely be shut down. So have you been able to still work your business from being locked in from the pandemic?
You're welcome, sister.
Well, since my business is like a vendor-based business, I haven't been able to do any vending since February, but I am building my website.
Awesome.
I have joined and taken courses. I have purchased courses and things like that, how to, you know, build your website and all that type of stuff for my business. So I've been able to really work through that. And plus I do still work part-time. So I have been working through the whole thing, the whole COVID-19, so part-time. So, I mean, it's been rough. Mentally, I think I was more mentally tired than I was physically tired, the mental part of it. But yeah, I'm coping pretty good.
Well, great. Patricia, thank you for that information. Anybody else want to share it as well? But there are a few questions that we do want to know from every one of you all. It's what defines success in your eyes, what you feel makes someone or yourself successful, what motivates you, and what are your own struggles, which business and career wise, and what is your power word? And I love power words because they really speak to who you are if you choose the right one. And why do you choose that particular power word? Those are some of the questions that we're going to ask, that we want you all to respond to. So what defines success in your eyes? What motivates you? What are some of your struggles in your business and your career? And then what is your power word for 2020 and why?
So keep those in the back of your head so that when it is your time to be interviewed, we're going to ask those questions at that time. So without further ado, we are supposed to have a live a live giveaway. And the first item that we're going to give away, and I'm going to bring the item, well, we already had one. We had a lady that won a necklace, Miss Michelle. She won for being the first person to post. So now I'm going to show you our second item that we will be giving away live. And they had to be in the drawing before now. So I'm going to share my screen so you guys can kind of follow along what we're doing. Today is our 5th annual Spring Bling Resource Fair. So this is what we are going to cover today. Today we have the wonderful Miss Angela Chambers, who has donated us several different items, and this is one of the items, the giveaway that we're about to give away right now. I'm going to go look at the people that actually signed up and see who actually won the prize. So the person that won that prize, just a second, if tomorrow, if you could do a drum roll for me, and maybe a long one because I gotta bring this all the way up. But you know, one thing about WOW is that we are very open, we're very transparent, and we love for our people to feel welcome to our events. So today, to welcome everybody, I don't know how many of you all know, we're going to do a quiz of the ladies that are online right now and involved in this live part, and ask how many of you all know the mission of WOW organization. If you know the mission, put it in the chat comments. I would love to see what the comments say about what the WOW mission is, because it's always nice to know what we actually do here at WOW and who we do it for. So I'm gonna give you a couple of minutes while I'm looking up the giveaway items to be able to research that. And let's see, it's coming up slowly but surely. Okay, the giveaway goes to our first giveaway, and we have 3 responses. Is going to go, and I don't know if she's online, but she'll have 5 minutes, and we'll alter that a little bit because of what we have going on right now. But it looks like our winner is Tanara Bowler. Tanara Bowler is the winner of our second giveaway. So congratulations, Tanara. We are glad that you shared our post. I see I have a lot of questions over here. I have a lot of responses. Let me look at these responses to see who is who. To uplift and help other women to be the best they can be. Does anyone know how people are attending? Okay, I am without it. Okay, hold on, you guys. I'm still trying to get people into the live because people are trying to get in. Oh. Does anybody have that link that I can share it from here. Hold on. I need to share our link so people can get in. I'm sharing the link, and I'm gonna share
You sharing it on the Facebook page, in the WHOW's Facebook page, or on, oh, here it is, I see it.
Yes. So if you can see this today, we have 3 lovely hosts. Our host today is myself, Crystal Ifokoya. We will also have Tamora, who's going to come on right after me, and we're going to close up with Stacey Williams today. And then we'll all 3 come back on. Okay, so the mission of WHOW, Women Helping Other Women, this is our official new mission for WHOW as of this current week. Empowering women to improve their economic status through education, career advancement, or entrepreneurship, depending on the level that they are on, helping them to get to that next level. We offer the following programs: leadership training, monthly seminars, group and individual mentorship, and we also have a monthly networking event. We have groups, we have a page, we have a website, we're on YouTube, we're on Instagram. Follow us, find us, and we will be here for you.
If you are here today, I am excited to say that today is the day that we are doing the Spring Bling.
I'm gonna have to mute everyone. If you are on the live, if you can mute yourself, so that this is our board, our lovely board, here to serve your needs whenever you need them. We have more board members as well, but these are the ones that actually showed up for the event. And we'd love for you to join us. It's $25 per year, and you can join at www.wownetwork.org/members. Today, our agenda, we will have Tammy Torkelson, who is going to be talking about starting a tech company. We will have Kuma Roberts, who is with the Tulsa Regional Chamber of Commerce, and she's going to share resources with us. We will have Charity Marcus, who is going to talk about properly branding your business. We will have Brenda Wilson, who will enlighten us about resume tips. Emerald Santos with Tulsa Workforce Career, and she's going to provide career options for you. We also have Ian Wilson with Allstate. We have Lindsay Cunningham with Tulsa Community Work Advance. Also later today will be Regina Lassiter talking about the budgeting, the bare minimum. LaDonna Holmes, who will discuss meal planning, adaptable meal planning tips for your busy lifestyle. And finishing off with Ms. Cantice Burrell, who will discuss restoring power after the storm, how to self-empower. We have a powerful lineup, not to mention several vendors who will be giving away items today. And if you are wanting to be a part of the giveaway, you would go to www.wownetwork.org/spring-bling, and you can be entered into the drawing for this. If you have any questions or any concerns, please contact us so that we can put you on top of your game. So without further ado, I am going to bring up someone that's very dear to me. This lady is a powerhouse. Not only does she own her own tech company that helps tech companies, but she also has a nonprofit called the tech company that helps tech companies or produces for tech companies is Indigo Technology. And then she has a nonprofit called Radical Evolution. And I'm going to turn the floor over if she's here. I don't know if
I'm here.
But I'm going to unspotlight myself so that I can bring her. There she is. Miss Tammy, how are you today?
I am fabulous. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me today.
You're so welcome. I'm so glad that you joined us today. And so we're starting with asking 4 major questions, and I'm not sure if you received those in your inbox or not, but the questions that we're asking all of our guests to come on and talk about today. First and foremost, I like to start with, tell me about Indigo Technology.
So Indigo was started January of 2016. It's a software development company that specializes in building other tech-enabled organizations or startups. So I have a background in enterprise level software and development, and wanted to bring, kind of help the tech ecosystem here in Tulsa. And so that was the impetus for starting Indigo back in 2016. So what we do is we work with founders who have no background in tech at all. They don't know even oftentimes what a website hardly is, other than just using one. So we take them, we take their idea and we turn that into their minimally viable product, or version 1 of the software, and launch them into the world. So we take an idea and we turn it into a company, and we do that in about 9 months or less. On average, we're launching about 5 companies a year. So that's about average. Sometimes a little more, sometimes less, but that's about average. So we've launched in the past 3 years about 15 different companies, and we're on pace to keep that up in 2020, even despite COVID. So there we go.
That's amazing. So tell me a little bit about what success means to you.
So success for me is a few things. When we talk about my team, there's about 12 of us on the team. And when I describe kind of who we are, many of you probably watched Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer throughout your life. And you remember when Rudolph lands on the island of misfit toys. And so that is kind of the best description of the bulk of my team, is the island of misfit toys. In other words, they're very talented, but they never really felt like they fit in corporate America, because for a variety of different reasons, you can imagine all of the stereotypes of software developers and tech people. And so one of the successes is building a team where people are allowed to kind of reach their full potential. And so I think we work very, very hard at that, and try to get people to be able to live their passion and be able to kind of thrive in the best environment that makes sense for them. And because of that, we're able to then enable other people's dreams to come true. So a lot of times our founders have been thinking about, they work in an industry, whether it's healthcare, oil and gas, education, doesn't matter what the background is, and they've seen a problem in their industry. They feel like they know how to solve it, they just don't know how. And so we're able to enable them through our efforts and talents to reach their dreams, and push them into the world, and other people can then, they can hire more people and build new companies and just expand that space. So that's really my definition of success is, are we able to empower our own employees, as well as enable the dreams of others to go out and create a tech economy here in northeastern Oklahoma.
That's amazing. That is awesome. So what motivates you?
Stubbornness, probably. You should talk to my husband.
That is a unique answer. That is the first time I think I've ever heard that, but that is a real reason why people do what they do. So what are some of your own struggles within business and career?
So I think it's, for us, for Indigo, if I was in Silicon Valley, if I was in Chicago or Austin, I could start us up, create a company and say that we're a startup accelerator. And I wouldn't have to define what that was. I wouldn't have to, I would kind of be one of many, and people would just know what that was. Well, here in Oklahoma, nobody knows what that is. So when we started Indigo, it was really more of an education. So the struggle was getting people aware that our type of service exists, A, and B, once they know it exists, having them really understand what it is that we offer. So branding and marketing and education, and that's really kind of been the hardest part of building a business in a market where there's a demand for our service, but people don't even know what to look for. Most people who have ideas, they either try to get somebody who is doing it on the side, and we call those garage developers. In other words, you think of it in your basement or in your garage, it's on the side. And so they try to get things done on the cheap by, working with a friend of a friend of a friend who knows software development. And I'm not going to say that doesn't ever work, but it's not the most effective usually. And it's part of what gives this industry a bad name, because those types of individuals aren't necessarily, when you're building new software, you don't know what you don't know. And so you don't know what questions to ask, and you don't know what features might be necessary that you haven't thought about. And so that's where we solve those problems for you. And we make sure that you have the best chance of being successful, because we know what goes into building a startup from kind of top to bottom, and all of the things that as a founder you wouldn't necessarily understand coming in. So we help coach you through that.
That's amazing. So I'm going to go ahead, and I want to turn it over to another topic. Of course, before we do, what is your power word for 2020?
Oh my goodness. Persistence.
Persistent. Why persistence? What's important about that?
Well, given you, Crystal, out of all of us, kind of know what it is that we've been dealing with through the COVID-19 and all of that. And so it's really, for me, it's just constantly reminding myself that it's going, there's been challenges and struggles, but you just have to keep going. And that in the end, it will all be fine.
Can I ask a question? Just one quick question.
Yes.
How do we, if someone wanted to find you, how can we find you? What's your information?
So I can I'll definitely put it in the chat, but Indigo, INDIGO, Tulsa.com is our website.
Great.
And I'll just I'll post my information in the chat. But most people, when we're building software, like I said, we've built platforms that it takes us, almost a year to build. But most of the projects that we work on, in many cases, it only takes us a few months, like 2 or 3 months or 4 months or things like that. So from a cost perspective, it's pretty broadly ranged. And most people are surprised that we're able to do things as kind of cost effective as we are, because that's all we specialize in doing. We're not even though we build your custom software, we aren't building it from scratch. So
yeah. I'm just asking because some people may not be in the chat. Like, do you have a Facebook page so they can go on Facebook?
We do. Indigo. Yeah, Indigo Technology has a Facebook page, so you can connect on Facebook. Obviously on our website, indigotulsa.com. Yep.
All right. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you so much for the information.
And for all of the speakers today, so that's clear, that information will be on our website, which will be posted later. So going forward, if you have any questions about any of the speakers or who they are, you can check out our website, WHOWnetwork.org, /spring-bling, and that information will be there. I will also post that link in the comments so that you can follow. So without further ado, take the floor, Ms. Tammy, and tell us about starting a tech company.
So you want me to do my little prezo, huh? Okay.
Yes.
So let me share my screen. Oh, can you grant me screen sharing?
Oh, is that not? That should be a option.
It says
I'll make you a co-host that way.
Okay.
Yes. So now you should have.
Yes. I am there. And there we go. All right, well, guys, I'm going to go through this not crazy quick, but I don't, I know that we're all, we've got a lot of great speakers that we want to get to today as well. But here's kind of our sponsors for Radical. So Indigo Technology, Radical Evolution, as Crystal mentioned, is our nonprofit, and we work also closely with SCORE. And this is kind of what I'm going to talk about today. Is most people know that it's important to have an idea, but then they don't know kind of anything else beyond that. And so we're going to talk about entrepreneur characteristics, kind of what is an MVP, why is it important to create a business plan, what's important about building your first startup team, and some funding options. How do we even think about scaling before we even have a business started? So, and some resources that are available after that. So some of the 7 entrepreneur characteristics, it's really important for an entrepreneur to kind of really understand strengths and weaknesses. So what you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen, items 1 through 7, you have to be self-motivated, of course, because you're the one that's going to be making your business a success. You have to really understand what it is that you're offering, what is your product or service. Of course, you have to be willing to take risks, but there's risks and there's cliffs, and you have to be able to know the difference. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Knowing how to network, meaning not being afraid to connect with people you've never met before. That's a really important skill set if you're going to start a business, because in the beginning, the primary salesperson is yourself. And so you may not be comfortable doing that. And that's important to know too. And you don't have to be the best salesperson to have a successful startup. And that's what teams are for. So obviously basic money management, the flexibility to adapt and adjust based on what your market looks like. And we've all seen that with how COVID-19 hit our entire world and how many of us had to adjust as necessary. And then knowing the market that you're going to be going into. So again, if you don't have these traits, it's important to know what makes the entrepreneur journey successful, and then augment those with the team that you build around you. What we do if you're going to have a tech-enabled organization, and many of you might think of Domino's Pizza as a pizza company, but it's not. It's actually a tech company now. And it's a tech company because if Domino's had not pivoted and created the tech that allows you to go online, order your pizza, see is it in the oven, all those different things, Domino's wouldn't be in business today. So that's an example of what most people would consider a product, which it is, but it's a tech-enabled business. So when you're a tech company, you have to define what is that first minimum viable product, or MVP. And that's important to know who's your customer, what is their problem, and does your product or service solve it? And the biggest challenge for new entrepreneurs is they try to solve all the problems, when in reality, you really only need to solve about 80% of them. any new product or service into the market, if you can solve 80% of somebody's problem, then you're kind of already in the door. And so the other piece of that is knowing, you know, it solves it. Have you done the research? And so how you figure out how if you're solving that problem, or if there is a problem to be solved, there's a lot of different ways of establishing an MVP. And your first MVP might not be, even if it might not be technical at all. So there's something called a concierge MVP. And that's where you perform all the functions that your software would do. You just do them manually. And it's really a personal approach that allows you to have a relationship with your users. So an example of this is we have a team that came out of ORU, out of their entrepreneur program. And during kind of COVID, this was their idea before COVID-19, but it really launched heavily in COVID-19, is you might be, let's say that you're building a swing set for your child in the backyard, and you realize that you're missing some screws, or you realize that you're missing a board. And so instead of you having to stop what you're doing and go to Home Depot or Lowe's, you just text this number and they go buy it for you and deliver it. That is an example of a concierge MVP, because there's really not a whole lot of tech around it. They're just doing it. And they were so successful at this that they get that company, and there's the purchaser is going to be building all that tech around it. So that's an example of a concierge. And it allows you to really know, A, is this going to work? How are people going to like it? And what are the challenges in delivering that product or service? So another is a piecemeal, which is where you might take you know, text messaging and add that to you know, a Squarespace page. You kind of cobble the different technologies together so that you simulate what that eventual MVP might look like, but you don't have to really code anything or build anything. You're just trying to see if the idea will work. The Wizard of Oz is where people think it's automated, but it's really not. You're the one actually pulling the levers behind the curtain. And that is, you might text, Grubhub did this and Groupon did this in the beginning. So people would go on to a website and build an order, but instead of there being any real technology, there was just a human back there receiving all of that stuff. And that human was the same one that was delivering the food, for example. So that is how Grubhub came to be, is the founder just decided to be a delivery service to see if that would even work. But the customers didn't realize that. They thought it was all automated. And then the final one is the single featured MVP. And this is where you actually build the tech, but it's very narrowly focused so that you know exactly what it is that you're wanting to solve and how to solve that. Does anybody have any questions as I'm kind of going through this? Please feel free to just kind of interrupt me as I go. And then as you're going through these ideas, you want to know, are your potential customers, are they willing to pay for it? And how much and how often? So they do if it's a delivery service, then obviously they're going to pay each time. But if it's a subscription service, do they want to pay monthly? Do they want to pay a one-time fee per year? Things like that. So these are questions that we ask. If they're willing to pay, then how are you going to make money? Is it going to be a one-time purchase and they license it and they can own it forever? Is it transactional like Grubhub, where every single time there's a fee on top of it? Or is it a subscription? Who's your competition? What makes you better? If the market is already saturated, that's going to be an additional challenge for you. Like if I wanted to enter into, if I wanted to go up against Grubhub, that's a fairly saturated market. I would have to come up with something that really made me unique so that I could compete against that kind of competition. And then are investors interested in the future of the product? So if you know that you want to scale, then eventually you're going to get to a point where you're going to need outside money to get you to that next level. So have you started a relationship with people who might be willing to invest? And are they excited about the idea enough to be able to kind of keep track of you and potentially be that? Then you take all of that and you create your business plan. And I know many of you on the call are probably fairly familiar with this, but there's kind of a foundation to your business plan. You've got an executive summary, you've got to know your market, and you've got to know your financials. And then inside of that, obviously you need to be able to describe what your company is and the structure and organization and management team. If that's just you, that's fine, but you need to be able to define it. When you do your market analysis, you need to know what exactly is your service and product, and what is going to be the sales and marketing strategy around getting that out in the marketplace. And then, of course, what is your funding needs? So how much is it going to cost for you to get this off the ground and keep it going? And how you kind of decide that is through what we call a SWOT analysis, or strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So as you're building your business plan, you ask yourself kind of these questions. What do you do well? What separates you from your competition? What are you missing? What do you need to build on? What do your competition do? What does your competition do better? Opportunities, are you in an underserved market? Or do you have few competitors or no competitors? Sometimes ideas are such that you're the first one to enter into a market, and at that point, that's a different kind of challenge. And then what are some threats? Is it emerging competitors? Is it a changing regulatory environment? We've seen a lot of this through COVID-19. Those regulatory requirements that if I was going in to start a new event space, for example, I might be really concerned about the kinds of restrictions that might be placed on my ability to have folks in my event center. That's something that 6 months ago, nobody was really thinking about. So as we evolve and as business change, those could be threats to your business plan. Any questions? I know in the virtual world, I can't see all of you as I'm talking, so I don't know. I don't know how we're going. Once you have kind of the business plan and you've evaluated as the founder or the startup dreamer behind it, you need to know kind of what is the team around you. And that doesn't mean that you have to start with all of these people, but in the back of your mind, as you start the company and you start gaining success, and we call that traction, you might have to augment your team to offset some of the things that either you don't like to do or you don't do well. And so the CEO is often considered the dreamer and is usually the leader, but believe it or not, in many tech-based startups, that's often not the founder. And the reason for that is because the founder is usually the person who comes up with the tech idea, and they know exactly kind of what that's going to involve and what it's going to look like, but sometimes they can't, and they know kind of where they want it to go, but they don't know how to get from point A to point B. They just know they want it to get there. And so oftentimes the chief product officer becomes that original founder because they're the visionary and they have a clear vision of what they want. And the CEO, they hire a CEO to become that kind of dreamer and that point person to get them from point A to point B. There's also the chief technical officer. In a tech startup, this is usually the software engineer. If the original founder is not tech savvy, then that first software developer or engineer becomes that CTO. The chief sales officer, if you're not very good at kind of hitting the streets and knocking on doors, then the CSO or chief sales officer is the hustler. And then the marketing, which is different, sales and marketing are different. So the chief marketing officer is the storyteller or the architect. So they craft the story that tells your potential consumer, how does this product solve your problem, and how effective is it going to be at solving that problem? So that's the CMO. And then finally, the CFO or the money manager. So ensuring that our cash stays flowing. So as money starts coming in the door, how can we be strategic about how we spend that money to build the company over the next few months and years? And then the pitch deck. The pitch deck is usually for companies that are wanting to go after investment dollars. There's a different thing called a sales deck that you're going to define and build that sells the product. But the pitch deck has a few key components. So you have to be able to introduce yourself as a company and tell people who you are and why you're here. You have to identify the problem and present that clearly so that investors can really understand what you do, why you do it, how you do it, who your market is, so that's your market size, and then a little demo of the product. And sometimes that's just going to be screenshots because you may at that point in time not have a live product yet. How are you going to gain traction? So how are you going to get into your market? How are you going to get customers and keep customers? Who is your team? So is that you as the founder and maybe you partner with a software organization like Indigo? Or is it you as a founder and you've started gathering your own resources within your organization? Who is your competition? And what are your financials? Have you thought about how you're going to sell that company? How are people going to pay for it? Are they going to be subscription based? Are they going to be transaction based? And then when you get the funding, what are you going to use it for? And how are you going to be strategic about leveraging that money over time? Are there any questions about that? It's a lot of information in a short little slide. No? All right. And then kind of the last thing that most people are concerned about when starting a tech company is the funding. And the biggest, we all hear terms like venture capital or VCs. We hear about investors and angel investors. But the reality is when you first have the idea, you as an individual are going to have to figure out how to fund it. And that's what bootstrapping is. It's your savings account. Can you get a personal loan or line of credit? Can you, if you currently work for a company and you have a 401k, a lot of times companies will allow you to borrow against that 401k and then pay it back, basically pay yourself back over time. Those are all different ways that aren't very sexy and they're not very fun to talk about, but that's typically the way that a startup tech company gets off the ground. Sometimes there's community grants, like we're going to be talking to Kuma a little bit later, but TEDC, Tulsa Economic Development Capital Group, they have community grants that can be used for very specific kind of tech startups. Sometimes there's pitch competitions where you can win $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 for winning the pitch competition. And then there's crowdfunding like Kiva. Kiva is an organization that's here in Tulsa, and it's 0% interest loans. But how the money is raised is you go on to Kiva and you convince others to invest in your company so that you can have a loan, a 0% interest loan that's paid back over 3 years. So that's a crowdfunding. But then there's economic development organizations, government grants, sometimes startup accelerators have funds, and then of course angel funds, but those are much, much harder to get a hold of. And then once you we talk about scale, I wanted to shift it a little bit to think about traction, because traction is what leads to scale. So traction is the percent of the market that a startup can gain. And that means that if I'm a startup and I'm telling my story, like Indigo, if I say, I believe that our market is founders that have been in an industry, and so they know the industry really, really well. So they probably have 10 to 20 years of experience in their industry. They've seen a problem. They know how to solve it, but they don't have the technological background to be able to create that solution. So that's our target market. And I believe that we can identify at least 5 and up to 10 of those a year. So that's kind of my market. So if I can say, I think that we can get 10 of those a year, and if I hit 5 or 6, then that means that my traction is 50 to 60% of the market, of my market. And that's really successful. And that's a story that I can tell banks and investors to say, here's my market, and this is what I'm going after on a year-over-year basis. And I'm able to get 50% of that. That's much better than saying there are thousands of entrepreneurs in Oklahoma, and we just have to figure out who they are, but I'm doing about 5 to 6 companies a year. It sounds a lot better when I can say I'm getting 50% or 60% of my market versus we just work on 5 or 6 companies a year, if that makes sense. So defining your market is really important so that you can prove traction, and then you can focus your marketing and sales efforts on that market. You can really establish relationships with your customers because you really have defined who that customer is. And then you can leverage that to gain investment opportunities in the future. And some of the resources that kind of help you do that, of course, shameless plug here for Indigo Technology, but also Radical Evolution is a startup resource center. I founded Radical Evolution because we had launched so many companies and they needed so many resources that they weren't finding. So that's what we're offering there. SCORE, excuse me, which is a small business mentors program that's here in Tulsa. And Crystal's a part of that as well. The Founder Institute, which is an accelerator program that we're bringing to the Tulsa market. And it's really an educational program of how to be a good founder. 36 Degrees North, a co-working facility that we work really closely with. There's several now. There's 36 Degrees, of course, which is the largest, but there's also the Root downtown. And then Women Helping Other Women, obviously a great resource for any women-owned business. And then we work really closely with another organization called Startup Grind, which is a network. It's a way for entrepreneurs, people who think they might want to be an entrepreneur, to learn what the entrepreneurial journey is and network with each other and kind of help each other out. So it's a great local resource.
Ms. Torkelson.
Yes.
Quick question. Can you probably explained this already, but the pre-seed, you said Indigo Technology is pre-seed accelerator, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
So can you explain that a little bit more? Like the pre-seed accelerator, is that just something that it accelerates the other businesses maybe, or?
A pre-seed accelerator is when you think about the entrepreneur, we hear things like seed stage and pre-seed. When you're thinking about a plant, and when you have to plant that seed into the ground. So we're before, we work with founders before they even have anything. So that's where that pre-seed comes from.
Okay, so awesome.
Yeah, we take them from I have nothing and I know nothing to where they actually have an MVP And then we actually work with other accelerator programs like Founder Institute. And some of you may have heard of Stitch Crew, which is an accelerator program in Oklahoma City that's funded in part by the Thunder and the Lobeck Taylor Family Foundation. So we get you off the ground to where you have something, and then we can put that seed, you're at seed stage at that point, we can pass you off to someone who can take you to the next level. And that's kind of how that works.
That is awesome. So it's starting the baby and helping it grow. Got it.
That is exactly right.
Thank you.
Sure. And I think that's it. And I will share, Crystal has this deck and can share with the rest of you guys, but these are a lot of the references that were used, like terms and things like that were used to build the deck. And that's all I have. So
all righty. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna swap back over. Thank you, Miss Tammy, for sharing with us today. That was so enlightful. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there today that are like, that was a lot of information, but that's okay. That presentation, the video will be available after this live. We will have it condensed, so you'll just get Tammy's portion. Look for that within the next week. Also, we now have officially gotten up our live. Yay! So if you are watching right now, if you could go out to WOW Organization, find the live and share the live video. It is broadcasting live right now. It took forever, but we have figured it all out. See how things just work together like they should. So we're going to go right into the next. While I'm doing this, I want to put out there that we are getting ready for the, you should go and enter your name for the giveaway. And this is for everybody, even the speakers and vendors that are speaking today. Please enter yourself in the giveaway. It will be worth your while. Plus, it's another way for you to be able to reach out to and win a prize. You know, everybody likes a prize, and today we have a lot of giveaways. Paparazzi compliments of Angela Chamber. She has given us several items to give away today, and her link will also be posted in the conversation. Now, we had to change the order of things a little bit. We were supposed to have Miss Patricia come up, but due to time, I'm gonna push Patricia out a little bit, and we're going to go right into branding your business with Charity Marcus. So Charity, if you could get ready for that as I bring up our next winner. Our next winner will be Crystal Scarborough. I may not be saying that quite right, but Crystal, you are our winner. So if you could go out to WOW Organization and post "I am a winner" so that you can win your prize. You'll have until the end of the presentation, this next presentation by Charity, to get that information up. So Charity, I'm gonna unspotlight myself. I don't see you. Where are you?
I'm right here. I'm on two different, I'm on my computer and on my phone.
Okay, awesome. I'm so glad that you joined us today.
Yes.
Yay.
You are making leaps and bounds in the community nowadays. But I want to ask you, the first question that we're asking all of our speakers today is, what do you define as success?
For me, success is defined in two ways. One, the amount of impact I have, so the amount of people that I'm able to help, and then two, financial success, because at the end of the day, when you're an entrepreneur, you got to make money. So
exactly,
I mean, I know we talk a lot about, oh, you shouldn't do anything only for money, but you know, how successful your business is does largely depend on how much revenue you're bringing in. So impact and revenue.
Awesome. So after success, what motivates you personally to do what you do?
Just this natural drive to want to see everybody in my community doing better, prospering, having equity in the community, the state, the country. So just, I'll go with wanting to see people live in an equitable society.
That's amazing. So within your own circle right now, you're growing. I mean, right now you're like one of the most successful Black women going around. So what are some struggles that you think you've faced in your business up to current date?
Definitely the good old boy system with Avenue PR. It is, everybody's very cliquish. I have had people in going after contracts here with big companies, the state, the city, medium-sized organizations. I'm always told, oh, she's not large enough to handle this project. And they're simple projects. So, or people just tend to use they tend to use their own little group of the people that they want to use. So that's definitely a struggle.
I think I faced that same struggle myself, but we're going to break that cycle in 2020.
Yes.
And we're going to create power surges for women. And it doesn't matter who you are. We're going to be that outlet. And when you plug into us, you have everything you need. We become the power source. So between Black Women Business Owners of America to WHOW Women Helping Other Women, Avenue PR, stylists, what is it? Realtor stylist, Miss
Realty stylist.
Realty stylist, Miss Azar D. I think we are powerhouses in our own nature. And if we connect, which we already have, we become that source. So we're going to break that monotony that we've been facing as women and just break through the entire glass ceiling.
Right. Yeah.
With our own vehicles. So the last thing that I want to ask you is, what is your power word for 2020?
Oh, it is expand. I don't know. I was thinking on this. I was like, I kind of have like a whole culmination of things. I think I'm stuck between growth and networking, connecting. So for me, my goal for this year is to grow all of my companies, but then grow via connection outside of Oklahoma. So this year, I'm not really pushing for Avenue PR clients here in Oklahoma. I'm sending out proposals to get clients outside of the state. So I'm not dependent on this Tulsa community to grow, and even with BWBO America, it's, we're trying to open chapters up right now in Atlanta, Houston. We have people sending in referrals for New York, LA, South America. So really just expansion and connection.
That's amazing. So without further ado, I'm going to turn over the floor to you. Take it on, Miss Charity Marcus, and tell us all about properly branding your business.
Yes, and I have a quick little slide. So on my other, where it says Avenue PR,
I'm going to make you a host or make you a co-host so you can share.
Yeah, do the one that where it's, do the other one. I have another, I'm on my computer.
Okay, let me bring up all of them. Let me see. Which one did I don't see the other one. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, okay. You guys, it's a real struggle.
You want me to spotlight the other one, is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, when I share it should pull up the other one, so I think it should be okay. There we go.
Okay.
So yeah, for some reason, whenever I'm on my laptop only, like my sound goes out. So I have to talk on my phone and present on my laptop.
Well, you worked it out. That's all that matters.
Look, I've done 10,000 Zoom meetings, and so I figured it out. I'm like, let me just hop on my phone, get on my laptop. We're gonna get this done.
Awesome. Well, Charity, take the floor.
All right. So you guys, thank you guys for tuning in. Again, my name is Charity Marquez. I am the founder and CEO of Avenue PR, which is a public relations and brand development agency. So we mainly focus on helping you create, develop, and maintain your brand, as well as promoting your brand to the public. So today, Crystal asked me to talk a little bit about branding. And so I just wanted to go into that just a little bit further details. So I want to start here, and we want to talk about what is branding. And a lot of times when people hear branding, they think of their logo, and so or their website. And so branding is a customer experience represented by a collection of images and ideas. Often it refers to a symbol such as a name, logo, slogan, and a design scheme. So like as it says, often it is referred to as. So whenever people think about branding, a lot of people, again, refer to the logo, the slogan, and the design. So they're looking at the colors, the pictures, the fonts. But if you look back at this definition, you will see it's not only a collection of images, but it's a collection of ideas. And a lot of times people don't think about those ideas when they are coming into branding. But before we get into some of those ideas, I want you guys to understand, what is the purpose of branding? A lot of times, again, we brand and we don't understand why we are branding. You know, a lot of people think that branding is just simply to create an identity. And yes, that is one of the reasons that you brand. You do brand to create an identity, but you also brand to establish a reputation so that when people see that image, they then have a thought about that company. So your reputation is created by that particular image. And so you want to be able to establish a reputation via your brand. The next thing or the next purpose of branding is to create loyalty. When you have a brand, the purpose of branding also, when you're talking about the ideas section, is to create an emotional care audiences, your consumers. And you do that, and when you do that, you create loyalty. And when you create loyalty, then people purchase from you, people will stand up for you, and that will then ultimately lead to the fourth reason for branding, which is to create equity for your company. So if you stop and look at what Tammy was talking about in the previous conversation, you're talking about creating a business. And a lot of times whenever you are going to pitch VCs, you got to show your brand is valuable. And one of those ways that you show your brand is valuable is through equity and being able to say, you know what, my company is worth this much. Well, they're going to ask, why is your company worth this much? It's because, one, you have the sales, yes, of course, but two, you also have that brand loyalty. And brand loyalty goes back to, if you look at some of the mergers that happen with companies, or when people buy other brands, a lot of times they don't change the brand names. And why do they do that? Because that company has created loyalty, value, and equity within the brand name that it's so strong that there would be a backlash if the name was changed. So even in having a brand name, there's equity in a name. Just like whenever you look at trademarks, it costs to use somebody's brand if you want to use it. Why? Because that brand has equity. So you also want to make sure that you're thinking about that in terms of branding. And I hope that that's a new idea and a new concept for you, that you will take that into your companies, even if you already have your branding up, to reevaluate, how does your brand create loyalty? How does your brand create equity? And what's the reputation of your brand? moving on. So we want to talk about developing and managing your brand. So when people first start to do their branding, oftentimes they always want to start with the logo. I oftentimes say that's the wrong place to start. Before you can ever start with your logo, you need to have brand research. And so effective branding starts with effective research. Through brand research, you assess customer values, likes, dislikes, and ideology, and your vision, the voice, the character that you want your brand to reflect. So before you even go into creating your logos, you need to be looking at what kind of message do I want to convey through my brand? What kind of values do I want my brand to represent? What kind of things do my customers like and dislike? There are some countries that over across the pond that, you know, red is a bad color. So you can't use red there. So you have to take into consideration what your audience likes and doesn't like. And that goes back into the marketing research or the marketing analysis. And I know I heard Tammy touching up on the marketing analysis in the previous conversation. But that is why marketing analysis are so important, because you need to deep dive into your audience and your consumer before you ever start branding. And then you want to make sure that your brand has a character. And I know a lot of times we don't ever think about brands having characters, but they do. And my favorite example of this is Wendy's on social media. If you ever follow Wendy's, or if you've ever heard me talk about Wendy's, you will know that they have a personality or a character that they don't take crap from other brands or other people on their social media. If you try to make a snarky comment to Wendy's, they're going to clap back, and they're going to probably respond with a comment that is more shady than your comment ever was. And they also take jabs at other brands. I think to date, my most favorite jab from them was when IHOP started selling burgers. And somebody commented and said, "Hey, are you gonna let IHOP infringe on your territory?" And they said, "Why would we be worried about a company who can't even make pancakes right now switching over to do hamburgers?" Something like that. So that's their personality and that's their character. So what does your company's character and personality entail? I can tell you now, for Avenue PR, with our new branding and even with how I put stuff out, I want to make sure that my brand personality for Avenue PR is upbeat, sassy, luxurious, high maintenance. That's what I want to get from my Avenue PR brand. When you see Avenue PR in public relations, I want the stereotype of, all PR for this typical stereotype of what PR firms are, which is all they do is party, but not all the way. Let me back up. I won't say the total stereotype, just the partial stereotype, but also that we get work done and we do it in excellence. When I look and I've designed out Avenue Consulting, which is my political consulting and government relations firm, I want the personality to be serious. I want the tone to be more professional. There is no fun, laid back side. It's about policy. It's about politics. It's about government and getting legislation done. So it has a more serious impact. Whereas my Avenue PR, we could be doing event planning and having fun. We could be helping somebody create a red carpet. We could be having a great time doing a video shoot or a photo shoot with a client. So we want to convey the fun side and the funness of what we do. So with your brand, you have to take a moment to say, what do I want my personality to be? The next thing, once you have those things figured out, once you have your messaging figured out, once you have the values, you know what your consumers or your audiences like and dislike, you know what they value and what they don't value, then you can move into the brand design. And brand design is, I'll say brand creating and design is about creating a consistent message and image that connects with the consumers, establishes value that builds brand equity, and creates a strong brand reputation. So now that you have all that information, now you can go and look at your your logo and decide how you want it to be designed out. And when you're designing your logo, some of the things you need to take into consideration is always color and font. And a lot of times people don't take font into consideration, and we're gonna go into that one a little bit more here in a second. But when you're talking about the colors, take those times to look up and see what a color means. Take the time to look up and see what colors invoke certain, what emotions a toner invokes, because that all matters. When people see certain colors, it draws them in either a positive or a negative way. And then also colors mean things. And so as you're looking at what you stand for, what your consumers stand for, you also want to make sure that your imagery and even the colors stand for that. Also, you also want to be very careful about images or graphics that you use within your logo. Sometimes if you put too much into your logos, like with graphics plus words, it can become too busy. Also, there are some images that can, if turned a certain way or looked at in a certain manner, can be deemed inappropriate or offensive. So you want to also make sure that you are taking grave care in what images you may look or use in your logo. And I'm a very big proponent of less is more. When you're looking at Apple, for example, it is probably one of the most simplest brand logos out. I don't think I've seen too many more logos that get any simpler than that. It's very low, but if you go, or very minimalistic, but if you go and look at their stock value, it is very, very high. It's in the thousands. So making sure that, you know, you're not doing too much with your brand, with your logo. And thirdly, font matters. And I wish I could have found this meme that I had seen. I seen it last year, but it was a meme of two pictures saying the exact same thing. And it said, "I love you." And one font had like this Halloween font, and then one font just had regular, basic, standard font. And so when you looked at them side by side, the one that had the like Halloween font to it, it looked scary. It looked crazy. It looked like a stalker wrote it, versus the other font, which was more basic and minimal. It looked like someone was saying, "I genuinely love you." So when you're looking at your fonts, you want to make sure that your font also matches your tone, your personality, your character of your company. And then you also want to make sure that your font is legible. There's a lot of times people will use a certain font where it's really hard to read on first sight. Like you want to be able to have people look at your logo and instantly read it. What you don't want them doing is looking at it and then having to stop and look and be like, "What does this say? Like, this doesn't make sense." A good example of that is a friend of mine that I'm working with. She was doing her logo, and her name her last name started with a C. And so she was using this kind of cursive font. Well, at the end of her last name, part of the cursive font like kind of squiggled back into the C. So then her name, the last name, the C looked like a G because of the swivel line that was going across it. And so in her asking what font, which logo design do you like better, I told, that's something I had to bring up. I said, I don't like this one because with that line going across it changes, it looks like your C is a G. So instead of your name starting with the C, it starts with the G, and now they are mispronouncing your name, which means they're now mispronouncing your brand. And I'm glad that she listened and she did not use that font, that option where the font had it swirling into her C. So you also got to keep in mind the fonts and making sure that the fonts match and go well with your brand. And I will, as I'm going, because this is a lot, do you guys have any questions to ask me, and feel free to put questions up in the chat as we're going along. I don't necessarily like just talking at you. If you have questions, please put them into the chat so I can answer them while we're going.
Right. I think you're doing a good job, Charity. I'm writing down some notes that I want to ask later on, but everything you're saying is right on point. So I do appreciate what you're saying.
Well, thank you. All righty. Well, then I will just keep on going and wait till the end. So the next thing you guys want to focus on is your brand strategy. And that is when you create a short and long-term plan with specific goals that is key to the brand success. A well-defined and executed brand strategy will ensure your brand success. So after you've created your brand, you know who your audience is, you know their likes and dislikes, you know who you are as a company, so you understand and know your identity, you have your design created. Now it's time to create a brand strategy. And your brand strategy is a way similar to marketing, except for you're not focused on selling a product, but you're focused on ensuring that you are creating that brand reputation, you're creating brand loyalty, and you're creating brand equity. So what does that look like within a brand strategy? Or what are some of the things that go into your brand strategy? So you should be utilizing your social media to create those brand strategy and brand loyalty. And you should also be utilizing public relations to execute your brand strategy. And within that public relations, you are, as a business owner, out there putting yourself, you as a business owner, in your brand as an industry expert. That's part of branding. You are also out there creating a following, whether it's through email marketing, social media, or even just having continuous traffic coming to your website. It's creating blogs and writing. It is doing YouTube videos or having your own blog series. So all of those types of things work to create a brand strategy. And it does also include sales as well too, because you also want to create equity from a monetary standpoint. But mainly when you're talking about branding, you're talking about people's loyalty to your brand. One great example of brand loyalty is Beyonce. We all know that you cannot get on Facebook or any social media platform, any radio, TV station, and say anything negative about Beyonce and not experience the backlash. And the crazy thing about it is you're not going to get backlash from Beyonce or anybody on her team. Her publicist isn't going to respond to you. It's going to be her loyal fans. And you want to be able to create a brand that has people so loyal that you don't have to respond in a time of crisis. That if something should happen with your company or you, that you have people that are coming to your defense before you can ever even think about what you're going to type up. So that's the purpose of branding when it comes to brand loyalty. You want to have that loyalty from your customers. And then from there, whenever you do start your brand strategy, do not leave out managing your brand. Once you execute a strategy, that's not enough. You don't just simply launch your brand. You have to constantly monitor and engage and manage your brand. And what does that mean? That doesn't mean just posting on social media. It means responding and engaging with those online. It means that if you have customer reviews, if they are bad, that you are responding to those negative customer reviews. It is having that customer relations department. And some of us can't have a department, but you're the department. You know, it's keeping that loyalty with your clientele. It's engaging them regularly. It's if you have a storefront boutique that you're having little private open houses or private meet and greets or customer relations or customer appreciation nights. It's those thank you cards that you send out for your purchase. It's the happy birthday discounts that you're giving. You want to make sure that you're managing your brand across the board. And then also when you're managing your brand, it's also doing what I call social listening. So you're also looking through social media, Google searches, and seeing what people are saying, not only about you and your brand, but also about the industry that your company is in, and then responding accordingly on the feedback. And the great thing about social listening is that it doesn't take, you don't have to spend the time creating a survey and sending it out and trying to get the responses. People are already posting online as it is. So it's always great to watch out for what is being said on social media, on the news, on the radios, and on TV shows. So that is my presentation for you guys on branding, and let's take some questions.
It was awesome.
Tamora, before you get started, we have one question online on Facebook, and they wanted to know, what font do you recommend, or what is a good font to use?
I can't recommend a good font. Like, it really is about, like I said before, those beginning things. What kind of character does your brand have? If you could have like a really girly type personality or character to your brand. So in that case, I would then recommend maybe like a cursive font. If you have a more serious tone to your brand, you're not going to use cursive. I'm going to consider a more modern font like Times Romans. So it really depends on what your brand character is.
Awesome. So without further ado, my portion of hosting is now coming to an end, and I am bringing up for you Ms. Tamora, who's going to finish up the questioning with Charity Marcus for today. Thank you, Charity, again. Tamora, take over.
All right. Well, thank you, Crystal, for allowing me to step right in. Charity, I just want to say you said some key things, especially when you were talking about how Wendy's clapped back and how important it is to go out and listen to what people are saying about you and just the business that you're in. One of the things that I wanted to ask is, when you're talking about branding yourself, you talked about social media, you talked about public. Can you please give, for the people that I've dealt with in the past, how important it is to understand, just because you may not be in front of the camera, that branding yourself is a consistent thing, no matter where you are? Because some people, go on their personal Facebook page and say a whole bunch of other things that kind of can incriminate their page, their business. So can you tell us how important it is to shy away from that type of thing?
Yes. We are a very technological society now. Everything is done on social media. I myself, I don't watch TV. I get all my news. I check the news on social media. And when you're looking at Facebook, Facebook has over 2 billion users daily. Or I should say over 2 billion active users, with over, I think it's 1 billion daily users. And I'll have to go back and check those stats, or anybody can check those hard numbers. But yeah, people go to social media to see everything now. They're going to go to your social media site before they go to your website, most likely. And then two, also, we are living in a society that has shifted from caring about business to caring about people. Right. And what I mean by that is, they want to know who are the owners, who are the faces behind these brands, who are the leaders, which is why we have a huge cancel culture right now, because people are seeing who these people really are behind the scenes. They don't just care about who your brand is up front. They want to know who you are as a person behind that brand. And do you believe the same things that they believe? Do you disagree on, what issues do you disagree on? What are your stances politically, religiously, economically, environmentally? And so when you are on social media, and a great example of this is that I tell everybody is that people don't all, like, for the most part, people do not tag companies. If they know you, they're going to tag you as a person first. So therefore, if somebody says, hey, I need a website designer, they're going to tag Charity first. They're going to tag Crystal first before they ever think about tagging our companies. And half the time they can't even remember our company names. All they know is Charity and Crystal do website design. So yeah, let me tag them. and they're going to tag you. And then what are the people going to do? They're going to go to your Facebook page and see who you are, from whether your page is public or locked up. They're going to go look. And so you have to be very careful with your brand, that you make sure that you are, from a personal standpoint, that you are okay with saying what you're going to say and knowing that you could potentially lose business. But you also have to realize too, at the same time, that saying what you say and standing for what you stand for could also bring you business. Me personally, I say a lot on social media, but I'm also a political operative. I'm also a community advocate, but I also have this avenue PR. But it all intertwines, because when I'm saying what I'm saying, people are looking at me as, oh, well, she has a PR company. She knows what the community is thinking, because most of the time I'm mimicking and reciting what the people are saying. So, and then on top of that, people know who I am. I'm going to stand for what I stand for. And I don't mind losing the business, because ultimately all money isn't good money. Yes. So I know that, you know what, if you don't like what I'm saying, you're probably not the type of person I want to work with anyway, or your company is probably not a company I want to represent, because it's going to go against my standards anyway. So, but if you are one of those people who don't want to lose out on any money, yeah, you're going to have to be careful about what you're saying. And people do go and look, and I am one of these people, and I will never apologize for it. If somebody tags somebody's business in their name, I'm going to go look at who that person is, because if I look and I see on your personal page, you are doing things that I don't approve with, I'm not working with your business. I don't care if it's separate. I don't care if your company can make me $10 million. If I don't like who you are as a person, I'm not working with you. If I don't like what I'm seeing on your page, I'm not working with you. If what I see for your company looks unprofessional, I'm not working with you. And so making sure that everything on your social media is polished, clean, and in tip-top shape is imperative. And one thing I will add to that, on your personal pages, I cannot stress enough, you need to have your business information on your personal page. When I go to your page, if somebody tags you and I go to your page, I should be able to get to your company without having to do any kind of real scrolling. So somewhere at the top of your page, it should say founder and CEO of this, or managing partner of this company, and your page should be tagged to it. I should be able to get your website, your email, anything from that page. Like if you were to go to my personal page right now and you're not my Facebook friend and you were to see it, I got every last one of my websites for all of my pages, all of my companies listed on my personal website. So you can get to BWBO, Avenue PR, Avenue Consulting, Charity Marcus LLC. You can get to my business websites from my personal page. So if somebody tags me, it doesn't matter. You're going to get to my company one way or another.
Well, Charity, I appreciate all of that information. That was very good information that that you shared with us today. If not anything else, we always love hearing from you and working with you. And we're going to transition to our next speaker. And if you guys want to see Charity, you see her name and her company, and go check her out, because she's a very awesome person to get to know and have on your team. Thank you, Charity, so much.
Thank you guys for having me.
All right. Well, thank you. All right. So, guys, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring up our next individual, which is Kuma Roberts. Are you with us, Miss Kuma?
I absolutely am right here with you. I'm going to come on the video right now.
How you doing, Miss Lady?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. And so you're going to speak to us about business resources in Tulsa and some things that you can share with us. But I do have a few questions that I do need to ask you to get those out the way, so we can just give you the platform so you can soar.
Great. Hey, really quickly, just before we get started, I do have some slides to share. So if you guys can make me a co-host, I'll do some screen sharing once it's my time to get into a presentation.
So, great. That's great. Okay, so one of the questions is, what defines the success in your eyes? What motivates you? what are your own struggles in business and career, and what is your power word for 2020 and why? And then just a little brief answer so we can hear all the other great things that you're going to tell us. Those are the questions that I just want to ask first.
Sure. Now you might have to repeat some of them. The first one was, what does success look like to me?
Yes.
Okay. Success for me is when I don't have to be the only person in a room speaking up for the things that matter to me, when other people feel empowered regardless of title, role, position across our city, everyone to me, success, like we're mobilizing for unity, and that's a pretty powerful thing. And so that's exciting. And that's success. We're a successful city because of it.
Right. And so what motivates you to get to that success?
Man, the motivation for me is the aha moments. I'm seeing people all over the city wake up, right? I did a speech for the Martin Luther King presentation back in January. I was the Keeping the Dream Award winner, and I talked about let's stop dreaming and let's wake up. I feel like people are waking up. And so what motivates me is those realizations happening more and more across the city. And it's regardless of race, color, creed, religion. Everyone's having a moment of self-reflection, and as a result, feeling moved and conflicted to act as a result. So that's pretty exciting.
That does sound motivating. And what are your own struggles in business and career, especially since we've been so limited right now with the pandemic? But what are your struggles in your business and career?
I think in my title, I'm the Vice President for Diversity and Inclusion at the Tulsa Chamber. My challenge is that nothing seems to be moving as fast as we need it to. So we're still having conversations that 50 years ago we should have kind of had addressed and moved on from. And so it is a bit slow, the pace of progress, but I've come to sort of redefine what happiness looks like. Instead of moving inches, it's millimeters.
Right.
And I still find that to be some measure of progress, but it's just not progress enough. So the challenge is how to move faster to get to this utopia, this ultimate place that we all want to see for our city, state, and nation.
Great. And so go ahead and soar. What is your power word for the 2020 year?
Well, this is a good question. I heard Charity's, which was fabulous, and then Tammy's before. Mine is elevate. I'm ready to operate out of Diversity 101, Business 101. I want everybody to elevate and operate in a higher plane for their work, for their business, for their growth, for their spiritual growth. Let's just elevate into the next plane. And so that's my word, elevate.
I love that. And the good thing about it is sometimes we have to learn that some people elevate with us and some just not going to go there, but elevation is much needed.
Yes, very much so.
All right. So I'm going to let you introduce yourself and what you're going to speak about, and let you have the floor. And thank you for answering those questions.
Sure. It's a pleasure. I'm really excited to be here. I'm trying to set up the screen sharing right now. So give me a second here to get that going. Let's see. I have my screen here. Please forgive me, y'all. I'm working on getting this. I should be a Zoom expert at this point, but I'm not quite there yet.
We will be after all of this.
We'll start at the very beginning here. Okay, great. So my name is Kuma Roberts, and I'm the Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the Tulsa Regional Chamber. I've been at the Chamber for, I think it's almost 10 years. I started in 2011 as a person who worked in resource development. And resource development is all about raising money for our organization. I moved from there into communications. I did a longer stint in education. I worked in workforce development, talent attraction and retention, and economic development. And now I'm in diversity, equity, inclusion. So I feel like I have the full scope of what a chamber is supposed to do. And today I wanted to talk to you not only about our organization, but just share a little bit about what membership organizations like the Tulsa Regional Chamber, like Black Wall Street Chamber, like the Latin American Chamber, and even organizations like Charities, Black Women Business Owners of America. And all of those organizations are all about creating membership, resources, opportunity, access, And so I'm going to talk about what our chamber can do, but and even the WHOW network that you guys have done, it's all about providing those things to members who believe in the value of it. So I'll just share some comments about our chamber. I'll get into some specifics about the programs that I'm in charge of and some of the programs I am most engaged with. And then we'll open it up for any questions that may come as a result. So I'll get started. I don't know if you guys can see that. The Tulsa Regional Chamber is all about business leading the conversations. We are all about the best environment to have a business, start a business, maintain a business, grow a business in the region. So our organization was founded in 1903. We are a membership organization, as I mentioned, and we see ourselves as the premier convener for the region. So if you are interested in being a part of the convenings that we're hosting, we're pulling together the largest, most influential, most organized connectors of our city and region together to have conversations that impact your business. And that's the value you get when you join our organization. We are all about driving a favorable business environment. And as a result of that, we have our feelers in a bunch of different elements across the city. Some of those are, as listed on the slide, about legislative. We want to make sure that we're addressing what a favorable business environment looks like from a legislative standpoint. So we are actively at the Capitol. We have a day at the Capitol. We go down to Washington, D.C. annually, and we engage our legislators in conversations related to that favorable business environment. Certainly, we think that that is one key way that we can change and drive economic prosperity for all, but it definitely has a way of creating credibility and viability for those who are participating in those activities for their own business and their own endeavors in our community. We also have a tourism office within the Tulsa Regional Chamber, which is kind of unique. That isn't something that most chambers have as a part of their connection, and ours is called Visit Tulsa. And so if you're thinking about big family reunions, big events, big experiences where we're bringing in large groups of people to Tulsa, we want to make sure that we have our hand in that and are helping to lift up our hospitality and service providers in that area. We have our economic development division, which is all about workforce, the creation of jobs, filling positions, making sure that we have the talent pipeline necessary to fill the jobs that are coming to Tulsa. You might have heard about Tulsa for Tesla. We're very interested in making sure that we have very high-level organizations like Google, like Amazon, like Greenheck and Sofidel, or just to name some of the newer companies that have come to Tulsa. We want to make sure that they have a footprint here and that they meet the needs and that we meet the needs of those companies to bring their business here. So in addition to that, we have TIPROs, community development, and I'll talk more specifically about that, but those are some of the other pieces that we have within the chamber, in addition to Small Business Connection, which is a very focused organization within our organization of small business owners who are very committed to advancing their efforts and their interests within our chamber. And so would encourage each and all of you who are thinking about possibly the value of chamber membership would be to connect with any one of those areas if it has an interest or it impacts your business. Aside from that, we really leverage partnerships. So we have some incredible economic development partnerships across the region with our suburbs, Jinx, Broken Arrow, Glenpool, Claremore, Owasso. We are at tables in conversations around education and workforce strategy. We have the One Voice Regional Advocacy Coalition, which really does influence the state capitol for the needs of what's happening in Northeast Oklahoma. And then I just mentioned we have the destination marketing and event recruitment to elevate Tulsa as a tourist destination. So we really work across a variety of industries to do this work. I don't know if many of you are aware of our 7 high growth, high demand industry sectors, but they are manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, oil and gas, energy, aviation, IT, and personal services, as well as, I feel like I'm missing one of them, transportation and logistics. So anything that kind of centers or touches any of those industry sectors, we know that those are the things that are going to really drive and push forward the economic and the economy for our region. And so we're very interested in all of those to advance business in our region. Our work impacts business in the community. In 2018, and the slide is a little bit old, forgive me, we were responsible here in Northeast Oklahoma, our chamber, for the creation of well over 5,000 jobs. We safeguarded critical economic development tools like the Quality Jobs Program, which reimburses companies who say that they're going to hire our people at certain levels. We want to make sure that they receive tax benefit and incentive as a result of doing that. And then we've increased federal funding for workforce training programs like Goodwill, Tulsa Community Work Advance, and some of the programs going through Tulsa Community College and Tulsa Tech, so that we are, again, building that pipeline to make sure that we have the skilled workers needed to take the jobs in our community. These are just some of the accomplishments that we've helped pass, but a big thing is Vision Tulsa packages. We work very closely with the city to advance some of these issues to make sure that streets and roads, things like the BOK Center, are built and sort of add value to our community. And so your engagement and participation in the chamber and your membership allows you to have a voice and a say in the things that are important to you. And we always want more women at the table, and love what the WHOW network is doing, and certainly are excited about continued partnership with this organization. I would just say that we can't do it alone. We need businesses, we need entrepreneurs, we need startups to help take action across the city. As you can tell, a lot of my slides are primarily a lot of white people, and I don't say that with any shame. I just feel like we need to shift the perspective, and I think we need more people, more women, more people of color, more Hispanic. Everyone of difference needs to join and partner toward what is really going to make a difference in our communities. And so we can't do it alone. We need all of you, and your supports do help us achieve our mission. I mentioned those industry sectors. There they are again, just so you have an idea. If your business idea, if your existing business, if you are a supplier to any of these industries, we want to make sure that you are sitting at our table at the Tulsa Regional Chamber and participating with our activities. There are two ways that I think, if you aren't really quite ready to say, I want to spend the $450 to become a chamber member, because that's what our membership costs are, we have two programs that I think are a great gateway for you to build your capacity for wanting to see or foreseeing the value in what we do. Those are TyPros and Mosaic. I'm not sure where my Mosaic logo isn't showing up there. TyPros is all about attracting and retaining young, creative talent to the region, as well as developing the next generation of leaders and enhancing Tulsa's sense of place. TyPros is catered to the young and young at heart. So I don't count myself as not a member of TyPros. I reluctantly count myself as a member because I feel like I'm young at heart. But it really is that next generation of leadership that we see in that are grown in organizations like this one, as well as charities group, the Black Women Business Owners. So if you are interested, you don't have to be a paid chamber member to participate in TyPros. Check out their website, typros.org, and see if there's something there that you want to get interested in, and then attend and meet people and connect your network to what's happening within the TyPros realm. The other one is the one that I'm most responsible for at the Tulsa Regional Chamber in my current role, is Mosaic. Mosaic is a coalition of nonprofit and corporate partners who celebrate diversity, champion equity, and cultivate inclusion for our workplaces. Our business statement is lead, leverage, and educate on the creation of diverse and inclusive workforce cultures to enhance the competitive advantage. So I'm going to talk about those two a little bit more and then take some questions. So as it relates to TyPros, TyPros was founded in 2005 as a way to increase the number of bachelor degree holders in the Tulsa region. We say bachelor degree holders because we know that when you are more educated, when you have a bachelor's degree or some form of post-secondary education, something beyond high school, it means that you have the power to build your wealth more. That means you are, you're creating more, you're more educated, and therefore you contribute to our economy in ways that people that may not have that pedigree or that education are contributing. So we really created Typros to attract those and then maintain the levels of bachelor degree holding individuals in our community. Today, it is one of the largest, most active young professional organizations in the nation. We are recognized across a variety of national organizations for the work that we've done with our Typros. They've brought things to Tulsa like Trader Joe's. They do things like street cred that sort of elevates the role of different areas and pockets of our community, and how do we increase access. Is it related to transportation perhaps in North Tulsa, or even food insecurity at 61st in Peoria, as well as just lifting up some areas of interests like Route 66 and others. So they are very active in their work there, as well as voter engagement. That's another big key role that Typros has played in our community. More than 1,300 area young creative entrepreneurs and business-minded talent have engaged with that organization. And again, it's free to join. And I invite each of you, if you want to just try it out, to just attend something that they are convening and be a part of the momentum that is Typros.
Hey, Kuma, I just want to just interject just for a short second, because we're on the time schedule. We have about 5 more minutes to go.
Sure, appreciate it. This is a little bit about how they do it. I've just kind of dropped in some of the things that they do related to their work, but they focus on professional development, community impact, and social interaction through monthly networking opportunities. So again, Typros is something that I think you should connect with. These are just some pictures of some of the activities that Typros participates in. Mosaic is the organization that I run, and again, I mentioned that we're all about inclusive networks and inclusive workforces. We have some founding principles here. I won't get into each and every one of them, but we are focused on CEO commitment. So I've been doing a lot of work with CEOs, business leaders, owners like yourselves, who might have startup businesses, who are very interested in making sure that we're lifting diversity, equity, and inclusion to the top of our minds, and working to change policy and practice within our organizations to ensure that we are not discriminating, that there's no bias, and that we're making sure that everyone can fully participate in the benefits of what our workforces offer to those communities. We want our diverse suppliers to be plentiful, and so if you feel like you have a service that you can provide to our larger corporations and companies and nonprofits, participate with us and let's help elevate and lift your story. I mentioned about people, I talked about internal policy and shifting that. And then of course we participate with community outreach. And I wanna say that it's June 12th, today's Pride Month. And so if you're not participating with the Pride Parade that's gonna be happening here very shortly, or watching it on TV, we wanna make sure that we're elevating the issues across all people in our community. That being said, those are just some pictures of events that I have. And again, you don't have to be a chamber member to be actively engaged with what Mosaic does in our community. So that's my information, how to reach me. If you're interested in learning more, please visit mosaic-tulsa.com or the tulsaregionalchamber.com. And then my email is there, and you can call me if you have any other questions or have any thoughts you want to share. I hope I shortened that enough.
That was great. That was great. You said gave us a lot of great information, and plus it's going to be on the web. They can go out and look at this again because it is recorded, so they can go get that more one-on-one at their own pace. But we do appreciate you, and that Elevate, man, we've got to come up, and we can't just stop, and we got to keep rising. So I like the word elevate. Is there anything that anybody else want to ask Ms. Roberts or say anything? All right, Ms. Roberts.
Great, thank you so much.
We appreciate you for being here with us today.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Crystal, we're going to go on to our next, which is going to be Maya. Are you here? Am I saying it correct, Mia or Maya? Okay. Well, I don't know.
Give her a second. She was just online. But while we're doing that, we're going to do our live drawing.
Yes.
Somebody, drum roll, please.
Let's all do that wave clap.
Okay, drawing.
Hey.
Okay, so I found this neat little tool that we're going to use today. And I'm going to share my screen just a second.
Sure.
So everybody can see us do this live to see just how accurate this thing is. I'm going to drop in the names over here. Does everybody see the names?
Yes.
The people that are being entered into this drawing right here for our next prize. And I will also show you the prize in just a second. So I'll show you the prize after the winner, because if I click off of this, then you're going to see my screen. So I'll show you your prize afterwards. So now that everybody's name is on the wheel, I'm going to tap to spin, and hopefully we find out who the winner is. Jackie, you are the winner. Yay!
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Yes, is it not awesome?
That's cool.
Okay, so, and now I can share with you what you actually won.
Yeah.
That was amazing. What do you all think about that? I found that and I was like, we're using that from now on.
Very cool.
Okay, so so now what you won, and I will show you your nice prize. Just one second, let me get it up.
I'm gonna put you up. Where's my bell at? Let me start this timer.
I don't need a timer. I'm jumping right back off. I'm just doing, okay, so Jackie, you won this lovely bracelet, compliments of, hold on, I'm gonna share my screen and show it to you. You won this lovely bracelet provided by Paparazzi today. That is your prize. So congratulations,
nice.
Jackie. Everyone else will still be entered in the drawing. But Jackie, in order to win this prize, you have to put in the comments of the WOW or in the chat that I am the winner before the next speaker goes off. So good luck, and we will see you guys after that. So I'm gonna stop sharing. Tamara, take the floor.
All right, guys, we are back. So is Miss Mia on yet?
Yeah, and I am here.
Hi, Mia. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, ladies.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you the 4 questions that we've been asking. One is, what defines success for you? What motivates you? What are your own struggles in business and career? And what is your power word for 2020? I'll tell you, we've had some great ones today, and I'm writing my little list and saying I need to elevate, but go ahead.
All right. So for me, success, I'm going to say purpose, that dash, using those God-given talents, abilities, and purpose to leave and empower others, and make others and just leave and make this world a better place. So for me, I would say that's the definition of success.
All right.
For me, inspire is probably going to be my power word.
Okay.
And everything that's happened in 2020 is probably like a little bit crazy. So when we look at that word, it's kind of like, what? So when I say inspire, I think that even when we look at 2020, I still feel that the best is yet to come. I think that especially on this call with everyone represented, the best businesses are yet to be started. The best governments are yet to be formed. The best, pictures are yet to be created. The best is yet to be done by each and every one of us that are here. So inspire.
Okay, great. I love it. And then what motivation? We'll go right into you being able to share your items.
So what motivates me is everyone that tells me what I'm not capable of, everyone that closes those doors. I think those are the things that are motivational for me.
I will agree. I love that. All right, well, go right ahead. We gave you the floor. Go right ahead.
So as far as the things that I have to share, I'm sorry, because I was online, Facebook, so I guess I misunderstood the way that this was going to happen. So I have a full e-boutique with 3 brands, which is Stella and Dot, Ever Skin Care, and Keep Collective. So if you go to my Facebook page, which is Styled by Maya Trelevin, and I believe that, oh yeah, so this is the item that I will be giving away. And I selected this item, which is a lemon clutch. And the reason that I selected this item is because obviously in 2020, we've been handed a lot of lemons.
Ooh, good. I love it.
So, you know, in life, we can either be sour about it, or we can take lemons and we can turn it into something and make lemonade. And I think that as entrepreneurs, as business owners, that's what we're doing.
Right.
We're stepping out and we're taking lemons and we're creating lemonade. So that's kind of what we do. We step out, we take leaps. You know, that's what we do. We fail, but we really don't fail, because in those failures we learn and we grow and we get back up and we keep going. And that's the thing that I love about these types of organizations, Black women business owners. You know, this is the stuff that's important, because we empower, we inspire, we grow, we collaborate. And these are the things that empower and keep us going. So
you want to do your drawing now? Let's see who's
her drawing is gonna happen after our next speaker. This time she's gonna go live on her page. We're gonna post her live in the chat, and anybody that wants to purchase any of her items will be able to purchase the items for her live video that she's about to do right now for the next 30 minutes. You can catch her on live to see the products that she has, and we're going to post that within our WOW group, and it's going to be in the chat. So please make sure you follow her. So Maya, as soon as you create that, if you could tag me in it, and I will share it and post the link so everybody can be involved in that.
And Maya, I want to say I love the lemon that you chose, like you said, for this time, because it says, you know, when life throws you lemons, as you said, make lemonades. And the good thing about it is you can make it as sweet as you want, right?
Absolutely.
So I love it. I love it. But as Crystal did say, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. And thank you for coming and being a part of our virtual Bling 5th annual. I love it. It's going really smooth and really well. So Absolutely. If you post the link, we'll go out and hopefully we'll be able to get you there soon. All
okay.
right.
And Crystal, I'll tag you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so our next speaker, we're moving right along. Our next speaker is going to talk about resume tips, as you can see Crystal have online. And are you available for us? Are you with us? Miss Brenda Wilson?
I don't see her online.
Okay, let's go. Let me go here then. Hold on one second. Ooh, I got about like 10 different screens that I'm working out of.
No, let me pull up something else.
Okay. Well, ladies, while Crystal's pulling that up, Anybody got anything they want to share or say what we've done so far while she's trying to get Miss Brenda Wilson on with us?
We're going to move on to our next speaker.
Okay.
Which is Miss Emerald with Tulsa Workforce. Are you here, Miss Emerald?
I seen her earlier.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing today?
Good. It was a good day.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're here, and I'm kind of going to ask you what I'm not going to I'm going to ask you the same questions, follow that same format that you heard everyone else answer. What drives or defines success for you? What motivates you? What are some of your struggles with your business/career? And what is your power word for 2020 and why?
All right. So I think something that defines success for me is just in general everyone winning. I mean, with the agency that I'm with, Workforce Tulsa, I mean, the success is seeing our participants grow and develop in their career goals and their journey, and us being able to help them through that. And then along with that, being able to support the rest of the staff. So support internally as well as externally, so that in the end, everybody does end up winning and everyone is successful, so that we can all progress and move forward.
I like that. And your motivation? What motivates you?
Oh, I guess it's a mix of things. I think just being able to know that I'm making an impact in the community. I mean, obviously, just knowing that change is happening and just being open to that. I think that's also opening, because the events that have transpired these past couple of months has definitely opened a lot of people's eyes. We've all had to innovate. And I think this has been a motivation in regards to just being able to step out of the comfort zones that a lot of people have maybe set for themselves, and just be able to identify other things that can motivate them. And this has been one of them. It's just being able to connect with people instead of in person, virtually. So I think that's been a motivation in regards to being able to keep those relationships active.
All right. And your one struggle that you've encountered?
You know, with a lot of the meetings, luckily they're not making noise right now, is working from home. I feel like it's been a lot, I don't know, I feel like it's been more busy working from home. And then along with that, every time I'm in the meetings, my dogs like to join in. So whenever there's something important going on, they'll start barking in the background because they somehow know that I'm doing something important, and they just want to get their voice heard.
They're kids anyway. And then your power word. What is that power word?
Transform.
Transform?
Yes.
And why would you use transform?
I chose transform because a lot of the things that have been going through have been requiring us to transform. And then along with that, instead of just trying to find services in general, which are more, transactional and just being, thinking about numbers and whatnot, everything that we do now transforms what we'll end up doing in the future, or how that future plays out. So that's why I picked transform.
I love it. So at this moment, I'm going to give you the floor. Just go ahead and tell us what you do, and give us some great tips that we can use.
Sure. All right. And then what I'll do is share my screen as well, just because I do have a little PowerPoint that I wanted to provide, just because we do have so many resources that we can share with the community as well. And so hopefully you all can see my screen. It's slowly loading, because right now my screens are black. So hopefully you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay. And okay. Can everybody see the slideshow?
Yes.
Okay, great. So with Workforce Tulsa, our mission in general is to just fuel economic development by creating relationships that benefit our employers and job seekers by placing individuals and talent today while preparing individuals for the jobs of tomorrow. And so in a nutshell, that just basically means we are here to help empower our participants in regards to being able to find a sustainable career for them, And then at the same time, give those employers the talent they need in order to help achieve their business success that they're looking for, and also retain that talent so that they have those talent to either progress and move up in that company and whatnot, instead of having to go out and trying to find more people to hire. As far as the services we provide, we help individuals that reside within Tulsa, Creek, Osage, and Pawnee counties. And so if we do have any job seekers that reside outside of those counties, then we can still connect them with other workforce office locations that still have a similar agency as we do in regards to just the services that we provide as well. So we have two different locations here in the Tulsa and surrounding areas. We have a downtown Tulsa location, which we refer to as the Arby's building, just because there's Arby's signs all over it. That's probably the best identifier for the building itself. And then for anybody that does live in an outer county or outer lying county, we do have a Sapulpa location as well. But luckily, since the virtual aspect has been on everybody's radar a lot more obviously now, then we've been able to use virtual meetings and orientations in order to reach anybody that can't make it to any of those two locations, which is a really great thing, because there are a lot of people right now that are still struggling with for being furloughed or still, waiting to reopen and whatnot. So it's been a really big help. So the services we have at our job centers in general that are no cost to any of our guests, we do have a resource room that'll have computers so they can use the computers, and there is no time limit. They're also free to use, so they can search for, they can job search on there, they can fill out online applications. We also do have printers, fax machines, as well as copiers in case they do want to print out some resumes, if they do need to fax some information to, let's say, the unemployment office. If they need to make a phone call, we also do have a public phone that they can use as well. And like I said, nothing there's no cost to any of the services that we offer. And so that's also a benefit, especially if somebody needs that resource. I know they can always use the library if need be, but I know the library would also charge sometimes if they do need to make copies or print out something. So ours is a little bit more no cost in general. So the next portion I'll talk about is just our career services in general. And so this is the portion where our career navigators will connect with the participants who are looking for any specific services that we can provide specifically. And ideally, they are there to help support that person and that individual in whatever they have in regards to barriers to employment. And so we have two different types of services for our adult and dislocated workers. We have basic services as well as individualized services. And with basic services, those are ideal for individuals who are essentially job ready, meaning they have an updated resume, they have work experience, they interview well, and they're essentially just looking for a little bit more support in regards to getting employment connections. And so they would meet with our business services team and get connected with one of those team members. They would talk to them about the resume itself, give them feedback, and then if there are connections that business services team member has in the on their employer side that person would be a good fit for, then they would do that warm handoff or that warm introduction to that employer to help further increase that person's potential to get that callback interview or that job offer in general. And so with our individualized services, those are a little bit more intensive. So these are services for individuals that are looking for, let's say, that opportunity to progress in their career, but they require some type of credential or they need some type of training. And so with our individualized services, we'll put them through more of a comprehensive type of assessment. So we'll put them through TABE tests, we'll have them do strengths finders just to see exactly what their top 5 strengths are and how they can best use those in their employment opportunities, and also being able to just use their strengths if they're even speaking to an employer. The individualized services also connects them to the training opportunities that we do have. So if somebody is, let's say, wanting to go into healthcare, and they want to become a surgical tech, but financially that's just not something that they can do, then we can help with them getting into that career or that schooling by providing financial assistance to pay for that training program. And that does apply to a lot of different industries. And so that's another portion, is that we can also provide funding to help them either go back to school, get into school. We can help pay for their tests. So if they already have completed school, but they just need some help paying for their certification or their testing fees, then we can do that for them as well. Once they are also ready to look for employment, we can also put them through different no-cost workshops. So we'll have a soft skills workshop that we can put them in just to get them, more comfortable, let's say, talking to an employer, or just being able to connect with a coworker if they're uncomfortable speaking, one-on-one, or just being able to make that relationship happen. Or if they need help with their interview skills and they struggle with the interview questions, then we can put them through those different types of workshops as well. Another benefit to the individualized services is that we do offer work experience opportunities. And those are essentially paid internships. So it's an earn while you learn, where the participant will be connected to a specific job site based on the industry they want to go into. So for example, if we have somebody that wants to go into manufacturing and they've never experienced a warehouse setting before, then we'll put them in one of our work experiences in a warehouse setting, and they can see exactly what it's like to work an assembly line or work with a forklift, and just see if that's a good fit for them and if they want to pursue that going forward. So along with our adult services, we do have our youth services as well. We do target any individuals or youth between ages 14 to 24. We do have our in-school youth, which is 14 to 21, and then specifically our out-of-school youth, which is 16 to 24. And ideally, the same services are provided to them as the adult services. The difference is that we like to incentivize our youth. So for example, if we end up meeting a youth who does not have their high school diploma, but they do want to get it, then we will connect them with one of our partners, like Union Adult Learning Center, for example, and help them get into a GED program. And once they're ready to test, then we will help pay for those GED tests. And whenever they receive that credential, we'll pay them a bonus for achieving it. And same with training. If we have a youth that wants to go into training, let's say they want to become a truck driver, we'll pay for a truck driving school for them. And once they receive that certification, we'll pay them another bonus for achieving that as well. And so we just like to keep them motivated because with a lot of the youth that we have, they have a lot of barriers. And so we want to do our best to keep them engaged, keep them motivated, and remove all those barriers so that they are successful.
Right. Hey, I just want to step in. You got 6 more minutes just to stay on schedule. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
One of the other differences that we have is dynamic futures. This is a specific youth workshop, and so this is designed to just help them with more of their soft skills. So it'll talk about how they would interact with people in the workplace. It also teaches them how to budget. So we do have a little course in this workshop that'll teach them how to budget and plan accordingly. They will also have the opportunity to build a resume as well as a cover letter. They'll talk to the career navigators will talk to them about how to properly dress for an interview, or how to properly dress in the workplace in general. And so these are just this is just an additional support for them so that they're more successful in whatever they do. And this specific picture here is just our dynamic futures. Well, it's our WEX group, so our work experience that I touched on earlier. So essentially, these were our youth who participated in a Fab Lab work experience. They were paid while they did this workshop, which I think they were earning about $15 an hour. And once they completed this work experience, they actually did get certified in digital fabrication. So they all left with a credential as well. And the nice thing about this is because it's a work experience and it's not something that they have to technically stick with, it just gives them an eye on an idea of exactly if they did like it and if it was a good fit, which some of them actually did really enjoy, just the digital fabrication portion and exactly what career pathway they could go into. And then for others that didn't enjoy it as much, they still got to learn on the job and use those skills to transfer into another career pathway that they do end up finding out, that they do end up liking. So that's definitely an option if you're looking to get into a new industry, then definitely consider something like a work experience. Especially if it's paid, that's always a plus too.
Right. That was the question I was going to ask. I did ask, are these free? Are these free workshops that you guys provide, or is there a cost associated?
All of our services are actually no cost. So there's no cost that comes out of our participants' pocket. The conversation we would have with a participant would be if they want to go into a training and it happens to cost more than what we can provide financially. So then that's when we would talk to them about applying for financial aid or some type of grant. We don't want them to get some type of student loan because we don't want them to be in debt whenever they complete. That's not the purpose. We want them to be able to go into that training program and not have to worry about where the money is coming from. But that definitely is a conversation if some of the training programs they want to go into are up in the costs. And then the next screen here is something that Kuma touched on briefly. So these are the 9 industries that we focus our training programs on, as well as our employment opportunities. And in demand just basically means these are all growth industries. They have no chance of dying down or declining anytime soon. And so that's what we want to focus on in regards to the industries and career pathways we want to put our participants into.
Okay, great.
So Dynamic Works Institute, this one is just another virtual training option for any of our participants and just anybody in general. So this is just training that you can use as a job seeker, or if you're just looking for more professional development in the current career that you're doing, then this is also something that can work well for you. They offer specialized job seeker packages. So for example, if we do have a youth that wants to go into Dynamic Institute, then they have specific type of programs for them. Or if we have a veteran that wants a little bit more support in regards to how they can market themselves better, then that's another option too. They also offer webinars, which are really great. I know a previous webinar that they did was about just how to handle working virtually, because a lot of people did have to end up going to work remote if they weren't laid off or furloughed, and a lot of people couldn't transition or didn't know how to transition properly. So they have a lot of live webinars where you can do, a quick Q&A and just get more feedback like that. The 2 that I want to focus on are the 5-minute countdown series and then the industry scholars, which is the next slide. But these are basically just supportive, packages. So the 5-minute countdown series is basically just 5 minutes of what it's like to get support in these bullet points that are on your screen. So for supervisors and managers, it's 5 minutes on how to effectively communicate with your team, or how to talk to somebody if you need to take corrective action, or if it's professional development, how to be able to, let's say, manage your time better. But that's basically the 5-minute countdown series. For industry scholars, it's basically a day in the life of somebody. So if we do have somebody that doesn't know much about, let's say, construction, but they want to know what it's like to be an engineer, then they can see a day in the life of engineer, what type of education an engineer needs, what type of salary they might make, and essentially what it looks like to work in that field. And so that's just a brief list of some of the opportunities that somebody can look at while they're looking at industry scholars. And then this last page is just how you can register. And so it would just be the link up at the top there, and then there's just dynamicinstitute.com is technically the actual main page. So the registration is a little bit different, but you can still access that registration even if you just go to dynamicinstitute.com. And these packages are actually 2 packages that we offer. And so these would be no cost to you if you do decide you wanted to check it out and try them. I know we do also have a PDF that I can provide, which will have clickable links. So you don't have to type them or try and remember those links specifically. So I can always include those in any of the things that Crystal sends out. And last but not least, we're always on social media. So I also do some of the social media of Workforce Tulsa. And we're active on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And I mostly do just the Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter pages. But if you're definitely interested in learning a little bit more about us, just check us out on social media. And then that's pretty much it. Do we have any questions?
I asked mine. I just wanted to know if you had any programs if the programs were free, and you did answer that. Did an amazing job doing that. I don't have any other questions. Do anyone else have any questions?
I'm actually excited for the information. I have a lot of clients who, especially now, who wants their GED. So that was some great information to have, and I've already passed it on to them. So thank you so much for that.
No problem. And then I guess, Ms. Patricia, you asked if there's an age limit. There's not really an age limit. Like I said, with our youth program, it starts at age 14, but anything else, yes, there's no age cap past that.
Okay. Great, great.
Well, thank you so much. And we're going to move right along to a giveaway. Is that what I seen? Giveaway. Are we ready, Crystal?
Yes, we are. And the giveaway, I'm sharing, hopefully you can see the screen.
Oh. Hey.
Inyetta Rachel Simmons. Oh, no. Tamara. You are the winner of the clutch purse. Congratulations.
What did I say? When life throw you lemons, she said you got to make it as sweet as you can. That's the great thing about doing those lemons, right?
Yes. So everybody enter into the drawing. C-Note has graced the stage. Let me stop sharing my screen so we can bring C-Note onto the screen and you can interview him. Let me see. C-Note, are you there?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, how are you doing today?
All right. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure seeing you again. Haven't seen you for a minute, but it is a pleasure of seeing you. So, look like you're on the mission, and I like people that always look busy. Look like you're on the mission. So I'm going to ask you a few questions here and let you take the floor and the platform. Some of the questions that we were asking was, what defines success? What motivates you? What are some of your struggles in your business or career? And in 2020, what is your power word and why? And it doesn't have to be, these can be brief answers because we want to hear the most important things that you have on after these questions.
Okay. Well, the first part, defining success. To me, success is meeting your individual goals, be it personal or business. We all have ultimate results that we like in any stage of the things that we're developing. But as long as you're waking up and completing a task, that is your success. Especially when it comes from your own mind and something that you create, no one can take that from you.
Okay.
And what motivates me is my eyes open.
Like that.
And my power word has always been elevation. In everything you do, give your best, desire to redevelop yourself where you fall short of, and just continue on your task. All success is practice, something that you continue to do every day, just like you breathe.
All right. Well, I love that. We heard the word elevation twice today, so that's confirmation. 3 more times, I'm gonna put some heels on to elevate myself a little bit higher than I am today and keep on walking. But I like that. That's 2 times we heard elevation today. But we're gonna give you the floor. Go ahead and speak to us.
Okay. I didn't know the format you have, but as far as company-wise, my business is Black Pearl Diamonds Publishing. We specialize in intellectual property administration, as well as art and apparel, logo designing, designs of any format, as well as literary structure in the form of books, mainly in the areas of poetry and spoken word. And that's the core. It was originally started as a ownership instead of just working for someone else. It was set up to be a partnership with someone. I do not believe in exercising effort without trying to own or share in growth, because that's how we do as a community or as a collective, as I say. Hashtag we are the elevation. Hashtag one, like the number 1 collective. Hashtag wisdom's lit for my book. Hashtag reflect the code. Those are important because under those, they also share 7 principles that you can verify and check on my website at enodex.com or blackpearldiamonds.com. I'm open to questions that you may have. My phone is mounted. I'm on the road.
Okay. Now you are a published author, right?
Yes, I'm a published author, spoken word artist, lyricist. I've carried many different titles over the time, but everything is off of the culture of hip hop, and my background is in, other than word, is in information technology. I'm a tech head.
Okay. So being a published author, I'm just trying to give some information because some of us on here might want to publish some things. I don't know for sure. But being a published artist, was it hard to get published and be noted as one, or was that an easy process? Because we didn't talk about your struggle. So I'm going to throw that in as that question.
Okay. Well, it takes some work. I will tell you, in the sense of the publishing my book, Wisdom's Lit, which this is a copy, if you can see it. I can't see your screen, but Wisdom's Lit is my book that's currently out and available on my website as well as on Amazon. It's a self-published under Black Pearl Diamonds Publishing. The inspiration for this particular book came from 2.5 years worth of my life that I needed to express in a productive way. I will say my inspiration to do the book came from Jerica Wortham, and the Worthams, she are the ones that really pushed me to go ahead and let it go. And so I owe a lot of love and a lot of respect to her and where the Worthams. I've always been into intellectual properties, so it's just an everyday thing for me. As far as the struggles come with it, it's like any other aspect of art. You have your good days and your bad days. I've been blessed that it's always been easy to come out. Now to put it in a structured form for others maybe to relate took a little work. That got to a point where I learned to just express, because what's for anyone, they will receive. It's not my job to reach everyone. It's to let go for the reach whom it should touch. And that's how my expression is for everything I do. I learned early to just give. We always want to have things reciprocated and built upon, but you can't do that if you're not willing to give. Everything like love, intellect.
Okay. Well, Sino, it's definitely been a pleasure seeing you again and talking to you. It sounds like because you are driving, we're going in and out and having a little struggles here, but is there anything else that you want to say to us, before we go ahead and appreciate you for showing up and come talking to us? Okay. Well,
we're going to move right along to the next speaker.
Yes. All right. Our next speaker, I love to introduce Miss Lindsay Cunningham. She's going to talk about Tulsa Community Work Advance.
Yes. Hi. Hello. Thank you guys very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Great. It's great to see you here. I'm going to ask you those same questions that you've probably heard a million times. And if you already know those, just jump right in and give us, and just know.
Okay. So success to me is not as much about money or titles or anything like that. To me, it's more about finding the things that you're passionate about and love doing and being able to do them every day, because at that point, it doesn't really feel like work and it doesn't feel like something that you have to do. And so that to me is what defines success, or at least in my life. And then what is a motivation? I think what motivates me and others at TCW are seeing our customers get those jobs, make more money, change their life, and just do things that they didn't think were possible. We have a gong in our office that we encourage them to come in and ring if they have a success, and it can be small, big, whatever. And then that way they ring the gong and we can all celebrate with them. And any day that they come in and ring the gong is a good day, because we get to celebrate all those successes with them. And I think that's our motivation. Struggles that I've had in my career, and this is just my personal career, I have a lot of different interests, and I like doing a lot of different things. And so it was really a struggle for a while getting into my career to find that perfect job that gave me the ability to do a lot of different things day to day, to where I could kind of fulfill that need and do a lot of the things that I'm good at. So I think that's probably been my biggest career struggle. And my power word for 2020, I think we've already heard it, but mine was grow. I really wanted to grow into my career and who I was as a professional, and even more into who I am as on a personal level. And one of the reasons I wanted to take this job at TCW was to really get me outside of my comfort zone and grow into that kind of role. I guess none of us really knew what 2020 was going to throw at us, and that we were going to have to grow as much as we did. But it's been good. So.
Right. Well, we're just going to ask you to go right ahead and speak and take the platform. And Stacey's going to take over from me here, but it's been a pleasure introducing you and speaking with you. And Stacey's going to start driving. I'm going to take the back seat.
Okay, thank you. So like they said, my name is Lindsay Cunningham. I'm the Partner and Outreach Coordinator for Tulsa Community Work Advance. We are a research-based nonprofit. Our office is in downtown Tulsa in the Sun Building. Our mission is to help Tulsans who are looking to earn more money, quit working those jobs, and really find themselves in a rewarding career. We work in different power sectors of Tulsa, like manufacturing, transportation, IT, accounting, healthcare, industries that really have a need for skilled employees and they're not able to find them. So what we do is we provide our customers with no cost technical training in those specific industries. That way they can get themselves into the down a career path that is important to them, where they have career advancement opportunities, where they're making more hourly, they get benefits, they can find the full-time jobs, and all of that. Our graduates earn up to 22% more after completing our program than others in Tulsa. So it's just really important because, like I said, we're working in these industries that really need those skilled employees. And so we're able to provide them that training at no cost to them. Within those sectors that I just mentioned, we have classes in CNC machining, shipping, receiving, warehousing, welding, diesel maintenance tech, CDLB, IT, accounting, certified nursing assistant, CNA, and phlebotomy. So if any of those classes are an interest to you and that might be a career path that you are interested in, definitely reach out to us. We would love to help you get started going down that road. In addition to providing our customers with the no-cost technical training, I think my most favorite part about TCW and what really sets us apart is our career readiness training. This class is a week-long class. It is mandatory for all of our customers, and that class just makes sure that you are at the top of your game with job searching. You know how to accurately search for jobs, what to look for when you're searching. We help you with your resume so that you have a top-notch resume to pass out to those employers, so that it sets you apart from everyone else. We go over interview skills so that you know how to answer those really tough interview questions. I don't know anybody that really truly loves interviewing, and so we help break that down to give you the confidence that you need to go out and be able to land these jobs that you're wanting. And then we also teach workplace communication and emotional intelligence. That way you are just a well-rounded employee for these companies that we are going to be sending you to. Once you've completed all of this career readiness training and your technical training, our business services department will work with you, mock interviews, make sure your resume is up to par, and then they're really going to get to know you and know what you're looking for in a career and in a company that you're working for. And they're also meeting behind the scenes with these companies to find out what their values are, what they're really looking for in an employee, and they're really being a matchmaker and putting those two things together so that when we're placing you in a job, we know that you're going to a company that you are going to like and that you're going to want to stay at long term, ultimately giving you the higher pay, the career advancement, and all of those things. In addition to the programs that I mentioned before, we have two other programs that I want to mention before I see if there are any questions. But one of our programs is called Due North. If you live in districts 1 and 3 in North Tulsa, this program is specifically for you. We work exclusively with the residents in those communities to provide individualized career coaching. We work directly with a Due North coach to make sure that you have a good success plan set up. We provide you with that short-term training and then job placement services within that North Tulsa community, so that you are getting jobs within your community and near your home. And last but not least, our program Next Up, it's for people ages 18 to 24. And it's for those that are just wondering what is next for them. If they don't know what they want to do in life, if they need their GED, do I need a job right now? Do I need to go to college? Whatever that is, our Next Up coaches work directly with them to get a success plan of what their future looks like for them. And sometimes that's overwhelming for 18 to 24-year-olds. So we really try to break it down into small, obtainable goals. That way we can get them where they need to be without it being overwhelming. So it's really just providing a game plan for them and their life of what makes the most sense for them, not their neighbor, not their brother. It's truly what is good for them specifically. So that's really all I had to tell you today about TCW and Next Up and Due North. Are there any questions for me?
Well, it sounds really awesome. I am learning a lot today about all of these programs, so it's exciting. So you set everyone up for permanency, right? Is there, like, if someone just wanted temporary, you could still do that too as well?
Ours are more for specific career building job placement. So we would want them in something that's full-time. Just depending on their situation, we could work with them. I think that if you have anybody that's interested in any of those industries, have them give us a call, because we really work with the individual to make sure that we're addressing their specific needs. So they'll come in, attend one of our orientations, learn more about our programs, how long they are, what they'll learn in those programs and all of that. And then they'll meet with a career advisor. And then that career advisor is really going to get to know them. What's your goal? What are you looking for? And then at that point, we can decide if, you know, they've really got the skills, they just need some fine tuning, and we can do that. Or if they're lacking the skills and they really have an interest in, say, CDLB, and they want to drive a truck, then that's when we would get them through our career readiness training and into that program. So
nice.
It really is, it's really a one-on-one thing. And
Speak
what
to
is
him,
best
tell
for
him I'm
that
on
person.
the call, but I'll cash out him or send him some cash later or
mute
something.
yourself. Mute yourself, sweetie. Crystal, put your mute on.
Sorry.
Thank you, Lindsay. I really appreciate it. I believe I got that before Crystal got it. I apologize, everybody. We sometimes forget to mute, but that is okay. So,
that's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions from anyone else that we haven't received that we want to get to before we move on? Anything else you have to say, Lindsay?
No, I think that's it. If anybody is interested or wants more information, they can go to workadvance.org. I'll leave my contact information in the comments, or they can go to any of the websites that are on my screen to find out more information.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yes,
I'm
you as well.
Excited about what everyone has to bring today. We're in our last little hall. We have Regina Lassiter, we have Twisted Sister Designs, LaDonya Holmes, hope I said her name right, Adaptable Meal Planning Tips for Your Busy Lifestyle, Tanita Jones, and Cantice Burrell. I'm excited about all of this. Then our last giveaway after that. So first we're gonna go ahead and start with Regina. Regina, are you with me?
Before we do that, we're gonna do a brief giveaway.
Okay, so we're giving away, yay.
So this is for paparazzi.
We need some more names, huh?
Yes, we do.
So this
time it really is Inyetta. I hope I'm saying that right. Or Yetta. Rachel Simmons. Rachel Simmons, that's easy. Okay, so we need people to enter the drawing.
Yeah, enter. Go get some good products.
Also, before we get to Regina, we're going to bring up, and I don't know if she's still online. I don't see her online. I don't see anybody.
Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for Miss Patricia.
She was there. She still should be there. Patricia Howe?
Yes.
She still should be with us. I've seen her.
Yeah. It looks like she stepped out for a moment.
She may have stepped out for a second. So we'll do the drawing. She'll be going live very soon. All of our vendors are going to go live. We are a little bit behind, but we're getting it back together. So Regina, yes, if you want, we will go ahead. Let me share my screen just a second.
I will ask you the famous questions, Regina.
Okay.
And then, Crystal, if you have to pop in, so when she comes back, just let us know, and we'll kind of, if you need us to stop after her question so that she can pop in and you have her do what she needs to do, we can do that,
We're just going to finish up with Regina, and we'll get Patricia on the next run-in.
The next segment? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so Regina, hi.
Hi.
So nice to have you. What defines success for you?
I think it's when you set those small goals or even the big goals and you're slowly achieving them as you go along, you have those successes. I don't think that you ever fully reach total success, right?
Really?
Because
Yeah.
as you grow as a human being, you're always growing, you're always learning, you're always expanding. Therefore, you should always be setting more goals and setting more to achieve.
For
But
higher
I think
success.
that you do have those many successes along the way, if that makes sense.
It does.
But that's success for me, just achieving those small milestones in your
Okay.
journey.
So what motivates you?
What motivates me is money.
Of course, you are motivated by money, right?
Yes, that, and also setting an example for our youth, because we don't have that, especially in my industry. I do work in accounting. I'm an accountant.
Oh
What I
yeah.
see now is that a lot of people are not very financial literate. So they have no clue how to even gain financial success, even the small ones. Um, Even just saving, $50 here and there, because we don't have that literacy going, that knowledge hasn't been shared on how to fix your credit, on how to maintain your good credit, how to save money.
Very true.
So that motivates me, and it inspires me. I want to share that knowledge and be a part of helping people get to where they want to be financially. And of course, when you get somewhere financially, that also affects, your mental, your spiritual. To me, your financial health is all connected with your mental, your spiritual, and your physical health. It's something that we all have to take a serious look at.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of us, especially in the Black community, we don't start recognizing the things you're saying in accounting and finances until we're in our 40s.
Right.
And we're trying to figure it out and learn it, and then we go find us our accountants.
Right.
So it's good to learn to try to start early, because
Yeah.
the earlier you
I
start,
really,
the more money you make.
yeah, and I really think that they should be teaching financial literacy in our high schools, because kids, they
true.
start working, right? You get your job at 15, 16,
Yeah, you're
making
right.
money,
Yeah,
but then what do? They blow it, because
that's
there's
true.
no responsibility. Then you go off to college, if you go to college. If not, you go right into the workforce.
Yeah,
And
no one talks about investments and the importance of investments. So that's true. Very
yeah,
true.
yeah.
So what are some of your own struggles in your business and career in that?
Uh, for me, I worked through getting my degrees. I have a associate's, a bachelor's, and a master's in accountancy, and I'm currently pursuing my CPA. So for me,
Nice.
it is just remaining focused and determined, because it's not a overnight process.
It's not.
And even after I graduated with my bachelor's degree, and even after I got my master's degree, it was still very hard to get a position in the accounting field. So it took about 7 years to even get in. And then now that I'm in, and I've been in my actual field as an accountant, as that being my title, right? For about 4 years now. But you have to remain resilient, which that leads me to my power word.
Exactly. I was going right into it, right? What is your power word for 2020 and why?
And it's definitely resilience. And it's not only my power word for 2020, it's kind of like my theme for life. You
Bouncing
have
back,
to,
right?
yeah,
Gotta
you
keep bouncing
have to
back.
continue. You have to keep
Yeah.
pushing through. You have to keep not giving up on yourself, because a lot of people will, let the world intervene, and, oh, well, money's getting in the way. I got these kids, schedule. But if you want it, you gotta be resilient, and you gotta push through all that comes at you and get over it. Yeah.
Very true. Well, thank you so much. That was really wonderful. So now I'll let you go ahead and you can start your presentation. And I'm excited to hear what you have.
Okay, I'm gonna try to share my screen because I have a little PowerPoint. I'm just gonna talk about budgeting and just the first step, because there's a lot to budgeting and we can go into a lot of detail, but it would take me a lot longer than 15 minutes because I'm passionate about it. So we'll just get to the first thing. Let me see. Oh, I got it up, but okay.
Are you a host? Is it allowing you to share your screen?
I am checking now.
Oh, yeah, she started sharing. It looks like, but it's blank.
Let me make sure. Okay, you should be able to share your screen now.
Uh-oh, my whole screen is black now.
Yeah.
Hit the escape button and come out. There you go.
There it is.
If you hit the present, I don't know if you want us to see your presenter notes or not, but hit slideshow and you should be able to.
No, I just.
At the very bottom, right next to the little scrolling thing is the presenter view.
Oh, you're talking about on my presentation?
Yes, at the bottom, next to that book-looking thing is a little button over there. There you go.
Ah, thank you. Okay, so this is what I'm going to talk about today. Just a budget, how you need to stop shorting yourself, because even people who have a budget, they short themselves. And
it's
then
still showing. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's still showing the whole screen. So you may have to reshare your screen with the presentation.
Okay, yeah, hold 1 moment. Technical difficulties.
That's okay. This has been the day of technical difficulties.
Okay. And look, I had it earlier. I called myself being prepared. Okay, presenter's view. That's what I need, right?
We actually can see them. So if you want to go ahead and just start at the top. Well, now you took it down, but if you put it back up how you had it, we could still follow you if you want.
Okay. Okay. Me. I think that's it. Okay, how's that showing?
Yes, that's it.
That's good.
Okay. All right. So, first thing, with a budget, because I mean this is like one slide ahead, but that's okay. Basically, a real budget, most people don't have a legitimate budget, right? Most people say, I make $1,000 a month and I got to pay rent, mortgage, rent, electric, cable, and then that's it. They stop there, right? There's no personal, there's no clothing, there's no miscellaneous expenses. I think that a lot of people just don't know what a budget is. And a budget is telling you where you're going to put your money, not where it went. So that's a big misconception. So what we have on the screen now is an example of what your budget should look like. And you want to use it based off of percentages. You can use a dollar amount, but a percentage is a little bit more accurate, and you have a little bit more flexibility. So when you get your paycheck, most of us what do? First thing we do, pay bills, right? And then that's it. So you get your paycheck, you pay all your bills, and then you look at what's left. And a lot of times it may not be enough. Most of the time, it's not enough. But it's because we haven't properly allocated our money the way that we need to. The first thing that we need to do when we get our paycheck is to allocate it appropriately with paying yourself first. Okay, how do you pay yourself first? You think you're paying yourself first because you got the paycheck, but that's not true. You've earned the money and that's bringing it into the household, but then you're giving all your money away. You're just, okay, you got your rent and your electric. I get it, it's got to be paid. But what about you and what about your future? If you want to purchase a house, if you want to buy a car, if you got a kid that's going to go to college, how do you save up for these things in the future if you don't have an appropriate budget, starting with saving and paying yourself? So that's what I mean, pay yourself. You should have a savings account. And in reality, you should have three. You should have your personal savings account, you should have your emergency fund account, and then you should have your mad money account.
That's a lot.
Yes, but it's needed because you know you're going to have emergencies.
True.
You know that you're going to have a little mad moment where you're out with your friends and you maybe overspend, or, you know, a little impulse buy, or you just want to treat yourself. So,
you know, that is so true, because when I do a savings, I'm always having to get that savings out to go do something for my car, or and then so there's nothing left, and you're like, so I like the 3 method. That's good.
Yes,
good.
yeah. You want to take care of your personal stuff or just later, and then your emergency for those car expenses or kids or whatever, and then your mad money so you can go a little crazy and not feel guilty about it because it's already budgeted in. So that should be your first payment to yourself when you get your paycheck, should be to your savings account, to yourself. You went to work. You worked hard for that money. So why wouldn't you pay yourself first? You're just kind of skipping over the most important person, you know? So then after you take care of yourself, which clearly, you know, 10 to 15% at your own, you know, comfortableness, then you can take a look at your housing. Your house, if you're a homeowner, that is your number one asset in your life that you can get. Not your car. I understand your car gets you to and from, but your asset is where you lay your head, where you have your family, and you're building equity. So that is putting more money into your pocket. Once you pay off your house, you have that money that your house is worth that you can now take out a loan or whatever you need to for remodeling or pay off debt. It's money you're paying yourself. So that's why your savings,
perspective, and just putting everything in perspective.
Exactly. And see, a lot of high school kids and college kids, they're not taught the savings. They're not taught the housing. They're taught, well, you get your money, make sure you don't blow it all in one spot, right? That's what we tell our kids. Don't blow it all in one spot. But I mean, and you don't want to. So after you have your housing, then you can add on your insurance, your food, transportation. This list is actually my list in order of how I pay people. So this is my true budget of how I look at my finances and where I'm going to put my money before I get my paycheck. So it's not something you get your paycheck and then, oh, this is gone, this is gone, this, you know, this is something you have to be proactive about. You have to be looking at it. I have a running budget of 3 months. I know where my money is going to go for the next 3 months for sure. And
so
then,
you would say that this is a discipline?
Very much so.
Okay.
Very much so. But that's why I related to your mental health, your physical health. You have to be disciplined in all those areas, right? In order to get physically fit, you have to work out. In order to be mentally fit, you have to work your brain. You got to meditate. You got to relax, do those things that help your brain. But in order to be financially fit, You have to be disciplined and put in the work. And trust me, it gets hard because you see your savings account growing, you see your MAD account growing, you see your emergency fund, and a lot of, you know, you want to spend, you know, that's our impulse. But
we're looking at about, I think, 5 minutes. Just giving you a heads up.
So that's your first step. Get you a real budget. And then, so this is just another payment order. This is the typical person, because our 401k and our taxes normally come out of our check. So it's kind of already implemented in your budget when you look at your income. And this is why you have to have a clear understanding of your income, how much you're bringing in and how much money that you're spending and where you're spending it. Because if you're not tracking where you're spending your money, you can't correct it. There's no way to fix it. So you have to take a clear look at what you're actually doing. So this order is normally how it happens. You get your 401k, comes out your check, your taxes, comes out your check. And then if you pay tithes, that's usually, you know, your first thing you need to take care of, tithes, because that's still investing in yourself. And then your savings, then your housing, insurance, transportation, utilities, personal clothing, and entertainment. And the reason we include entertainment is because you're going to spend it. You're going to want to go to the movies. You're going to want to go out to eat. You're going to want to go to graduation parties or whatnot. So just be sure to include it so you know where it's going before you get there. So then that gets us to our bigger picture. Stack some money. You need it. You don't worship money. You don't, you know, nothing like that. But you have to have a clear understanding that you have to be financially stable to, you know, succeed in this life that we're living in this world that we're living in. Nothing is free. Everything costs for, you know, money. And to not have it is really kind of on your own responsibility. You have to, you know, take accountability and responsibility for the money that you're bringing in and the money that you are taking out. But overall, get a budget. Make sure that it's clear, it has everything. Make sure you're paying yourself first. Stop shorting yourself. Don't leave yourself out of your money. And then work towards those goals that you want to work towards. It's not that hard. If we had longer than 15 minutes, we could talk about steps to going into ownership and steps to investing and, you know, but right now, I think the first step is for everyone to just take a step back and look at your finances and get yourself
Do you
set
have
up.
like I'm sorry, excuse me. Do you have like a website or something that shows where they could go if they wanted more information or if they wanted that step-by-step guide in how to do that type of thing?
Google is everyone's friend.
Right.
I'm in the process of getting my business back up and running, in which I will be offering financial literacy to my clients. I will actually be a consultant. So that I can help set you up with a budget, get your kids set up on a budget. It's never too early to get your kids on a budget. My grandson is 9 months and I'm preparing his budget. I mean, it's never too early.
Got a good grandma, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Grandma's preparing for him already. He will be ready for success, right?
Yes, he will.
Yeah.
But
so I really
definitely the internet.
appreciate you giving us that information and helping us understand better. I know that I did as far as the order and, you know, having that three savings is actually a very good tip for me. So does any of you ladies have any other questions for Regina?
I just want to comment and say I love. I've taught my kids, pay yourself first. Like you said, we work for that.
Yes.
And so you don't want to be like, that's why people get so aggravated going to work because they don't enjoy the fruit of their labor. So to me, that's like enjoying the fruit of your labor. I've always lived by that. So I loved it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Any last things you have to mention, Regina? If not, we'll move forward. I don't know if is Crystal on. Crystal, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. I'm about to share my screen. It is
Okay.
now the giveaway time now. Guess what, ladies? All of you ladies are in this group. Y'all all have the opportunity to post, to become, to win these gifts, and nobody is
Put us in there,
entering.
Crystal. Put us all in there. We're like,
I'm not entering nobody. You have to enter yourself.
How do you enter?
I put it in the chat. You go to www.wownetwork.org/spring.bling. It's right on the screen, right there. Go to www.wownetwork.org/spring-bling, and you can copy it from the WOW Live. We are in the live chat. If you look at the chat, the comments, you will see the link to be able to enter the drawing. You need to enter the drawing. Okay, so the next person that we have coming up, and I'm gonna let Stacy introduce her just a second, is Miss Sandra Slade. Patricia is also on here. And so what we're gonna do, we're gonna let both of them, Stacy, do both of them back to back. Start with Sandra, then start with Patricia. They're both gonna go live at the same time, and we're gonna go shop their things. So if they are going live, please go and shop their stuff, and the links will be available after the live WOW, as well as during the WOW. We're gonna post it to our Facebook page. So Stacy, take the floor and introduce both of these wonderful vendors, and then we'll get to our lovely next speaker.
Okay, so we have Sandra and we have Patricia, right? And we're going to be kind of tag teaming on the questions. So I'll go with Sandra. Sandra, how about you introduce yourself for us, and then tell us what you feel success, what defines success for you. And then after, I'll have Patricia just go ahead and chime in with hers as well. Go ahead, Sandra.
All right, I am Sandra Slade, comedian, storyteller, jewelry maker, artist, bunch of different stuff. Jane, all trades, if you want to say. What defines, owner of Twisted Sister Designs, with my lovely daughter. What defines success? I don't think of it as money. I forgot, it was a lady earlier saying that. I don't think of it as money. I think being happy with yourself, being happy with where you are in life is success. And being surrounded by people that truly love you and support you is success to me, because it takes not just yourself, it takes the village around you to support you. So yeah, that's my definition of success.
So Patricia, what is your definition? How about you kind of introduce yourself to us first, and then kind of tell us what you define success as.
I think Patricia just went, her video is gone.
I saw her for a second.
Okay, there she is.
Hey, Patricia.
You're muted.
Can you
How about we do all of Sandra, and then we'll go into Patricia. That way it doesn't get confusing. So do all of Sandra, and then we'll go into Patricia.
Okay, Crystal. So here we go. Sandra, what motivates you?
My kids. Which is
motivator,
because they talk about me at the same time, but they motivate me to do more and to do better.
Yeah.
That is my motivation, to see people happy and enjoying themselves.
Truly. Oh, I love that. I love that. What are some of your own struggles in your business and your career?
Well, COVID-19.
Oh, yeah.
We're here.
We blame COVID for everything.
Yeah, I mean, I went from being in the office to working from home to being furloughed, for a while, and we'll see, where that goes. And
right.
But at the same time, that was part of the struggle, because I worked a corporate job.
Wow.
Being a comedian, being a storyteller, at different events, I didn't have time to actually practice my art.
Wow. Yeah.
So some of the struggle for me a lot of times is time, because with art and jewelry, it's not like I can sit down and I can make a piece in 5 minutes. You still have to think about it. You have to create it. So for me, time has always been a struggle, and I'm doing better by setting deadlines for myself. Like, I have to get this piece done by this time. I have to get this done by this time. So time has always been a struggle for me.
Gotcha. And what is your power word for 2020 and why?
Resilience.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Resilience. Because
bouncing back. Resilience is a big word. Yeah.
I have always thought of that because you can get kicked down, but it's how you get back up in that fight.
Right.
Going.
That's so true.
That you know, I can get kicked down 20 times, but I'm get up 21 times and keep going. So
it is not failure if you're trying.
That's true.
Trying.
That's true. Once you give up and you done, you done.
Right.
You get up, you know, and the painting, she will rise. That's it. That's it. You rise every day. You are given a present every day. Be in
beautiful. Wow. So what item will you be giving away today?
It is a necklace. I don't know if Crystal can show it to you. I don't know if you can see.
Ah, beautiful.
It is a necklace. It has animal print. It has like pearls, and it fits right on the neck. It's probably about 8 inches. It's not nice. And it's made of copper. So
nice. Kind of reminds me of the solar system. I love it.
Yes. Just circling around, you know, we still circling.
Right, exactly. You're going around.
Trying to get it right.
Right. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Crystal, did you want her to go ahead and do a presentation, or you want me to go ahead with Patricia's and her, you know, what motivates her, and then we'll go back to the presentation?
This is what's going to happen. Sandra's going to jump off of here and she's going to go live on her personal page. We're going to share that to our WOW organization of all of her products. Okay, so awesome. Sandra, thank you. If you could go live, and we're going to share it within our WOW organization group.
Thank you.
And we're in 30 minutes, we're going to raffle off, or after our next, our LaDonna speaks, we're going to raffle off or give away her gift. So
I need to go sign up for this thing. Goodness.
Yes, go sign up. It's free and there's a lot of gifts. So also, Sandra, once you get in there, if you could tag me so that I can go and share it. So thank you again, Miss Sandra. And now we're going to turn it over to you, Stacy, to present Miss Patricia, who is our next vendor.
Hi, Patricia. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm so excited that you're on with us and so excited to hear what you have for us today. So if you will introduce yourself to us a little bit, and then I'll go into the questions after that.
Well, my name is Patricia WHOW, and I own a business called Just For You Designs, featuring Speak Out Wear, which is, I started this business, just to give you a little background. I love wearing jewelry. I'm originally from Georgia, and I love handbags. I love jewelry. I think someone made a wisecrack about me years ago about King Tut. What did he say? He said King Tut must have had a garage sale.
Oh my goodness.
He was joking. I had the big Goki earrings on with the necklace, you know, the big statement pieces. But anyway, I started this business out of the love of jewelry and stuff like that. And I had a lot of women that used to always compliment me on my jewelry and stuff. And they was like, oh, I know you probably pay a lot of money for your stuff. And I got home one day and I started thinking, I'm like, no, not really. But let me see what I can do. Maybe I can sell some stuff and make it affordable where women can afford to buy. You know what I mean? Because everybody just don't have, me personally, I didn't have the money to go and buy name brand stuff. You know what I mean? But I like to have nice jewelry, costume jewelry and stuff, like good quality costume jewelry.
Yes.
So basically that's how I started it, really out of the love for women and their concerns and things like that.
Okay, so
I'm the owner operator of that, and I do have a website called speakoutwear.com, so you can order any of my products, handbags. I also have jewelry as well. You can order it at speakoutwear.com.
So speakoutwear.com.
Speakoutwear.com.
Got it. So what defines success for you?
Well, my definition is having a purpose that you enjoy. Building
so
a business.
Good. Yeah.
Building that support, that business that can help you financially. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people have their own definition, but finances play a big part because, you know, we live in an economic world.
That's
And we
true.
got to, yeah. So we got
Very
to have
true.
finances. Also,
So,
yes, ma'am.
so do you feel like that's also what motivates you, is needing to have, because our economy is what it is, so we need to have the financial backing to assist in that, or?
Not just the finances, but having spouse and family that loves and care for you. You know, when you have spouse and family, you know, and you got children that make you proud, you know what I mean? All of those things are my motivation. Having the freedom to worship a loving God, that motivates me. And being able to be able to contribute to the betterment of other people. All of that I would consider plays a big part in my motivation.
Great. So what do you feel like is the struggle in your career, in your business?
I would say Just For You Designs, I started 11 years ago as a vending-based business, you know, so I would go out, do events, do personal events, private events, and things like that. But of course, you know, COVID-19 showed up. And
Yes, it did.
I have to admit, I did 3 attempts to start an online business. This is my 3rd attempt. Well, what do they say? 3rd time's a charm, right? So since COVID-19 came along, hey, I have no choice. I must stay committed. I'm learning how to build a successful online business. I'll put it that way. So that's where I'm at right now.
That's
learning
awesome.
to build a successful online business.
Yeah. And what is your power word for 2020 and why?
My power word is focus.
Nice.
It's focus. Because I realize if I stay focused,
Tamara, how you doing?
It will lead to consistency.
Girl,
and consistency will lead to a successful online business. So I must stay focused.
Amen. Okay, so I want you to let everybody know what are you doing a giveaway item?
Yes, I have a bag right here.
Awesome.
And she is a little cutie.
Oh, she is a cutie.
No, you can't give that away. That cannot be giveaway. I'm buying that purse today.
No, Crystal. That is a no. That is a no, Crystal.
Oh my gosh.
That bag is cute.
Can you see it, guys?
Patricia, that goes to the 3rd host, which is me.
Is that go to you?
That purse goes to me. It's okay.
Is this your crossbody shoulder bag?
Yeah, don't let nobody else see that.
Look at that.
Okay.
Look.
That's mine.
Ain't that cute?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so that should go to the last presenter, which was me. So thank you.
Everybody wants to take claims to that right there.
Well, it is very cute, but it prompts me to want to go to your website and look through that website and find a purse like that. So
please
if you ladies are interested in this purse, go to her website, go get something off of there. It looks really nice.
She's going live too.
Yes.
So we're gonna purchase stuff from her.
Right. Okay, so Patricia, you can go ahead and kind of tell us a little bit about yourself, and
we're on to LaDonna.
Oh, we're on? Okay,
yes.
You want to go ahead, Crystal?
Because I'm gonna hop off, right, Crystal, and go live.
Yes, you're gonna go live, and we're gonna share it in the group so people can go to your store and figure and shop. Because I know I'm about to.
I am too in a minute.
So you want me to tag you on WHOW?
Yes, tag me when you go in.
Okay.
So we're gonna go to our next speaker. We have 2 main speakers and I believe 1 or 2 more vendors. So we are wrapping this up, and we are over time, and I do not care because this is great information. So if you can't tune in, I do understand, but we are going to carry on. We're not going to miss a beat. We're not going to change a minute of the rest, because these 2 speakers, first off, I got to get my weight together. Well, everything that was said today was powerful. But this lady, this weight thing, I am actively pursuing that. And not to mention the empowerment, which is coming up. So y'all get ready. Stacey, go ahead.
I don't need to introduce him. You just did. That's awesome.
Yes.
You know what? Can you let me hear? Okay.
So
You can say a little something about
got
it.
excited.
Well, at least go over the questions, okay?
Okay, so LaDonia, what defines success for you?
Can you ladies hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Success for me, as I'm listening to everyone else, I was thinking about what that means to me. On a business level, success for me would be financial, being able to do my business full time and support myself with just my own business. I work a full-time job, so that would be success for me on a business level. But when I think of within my business, what would be successful, what I see as being successful is growth of my clients or the people I meet, getting the comments back from ones that I share my tips with, and they tell me how beneficial it is and how much they love it. That's successful for me.
Awesome. And what motivates you?
That would be growth. I'm so funny and weird about things, and I like to see live things grow, which includes people. For people awesome. To grow from unhealthy eating to more healthier eating, for them to grow and making lifestyle changes, for them to grow and making those personal changes. That's what I like to, that's what motivates me, is when I watch the growth of the people that I'm coming in contact with.
Growth, that is good. What are some of your own struggles in your business, in your career?
Within my business struggle, one thing would be focus and maintaining the energy level that is needed to be to do the dual roles that I have to do. That just seems like always a struggle for me, finding that time or creating that time to accomplish the things that I need to in order to keep moving forward with my business.
And what's your power word for 2020?
Able. I think of that scripture in Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. He makes me able to do what I'm doing. I just I've heard others talk about the impact of COVID on their business. Mine was either home, I could do it in office or I could do it virtual. When COVID came, I couldn't do it office, and the virtual, everything just came to a standstill. And then all of a sudden, last month, it exploded. And I was faced with, how am I going to do all this? How am I going to give the attention to the clients that are coming on board? And I just paused and I thought, I'm able. I am able. Christ has strengthened me. He's blessed me with this increase, so I'm able to handle. So my power word would be able.
I'm enjoying these power words. They are giving me life. Yeah, I love that. Able is so good. So will you be giving a giveaway? Are you doing a giveaway?
No, I'm not. I didn't know that I needed to. I wish I had it.
I think some of the ladies do and some don't. I just asked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can go ahead into your presentation. I'm excited to hear it.
Okay.
What you have for us, and you're on.
All right. Well, like they said, my name is LaDonna Holmes. I am a certified health coach. What that means is I offer one-on-one coaching sessions to my client to help empower them to make the necessary dietary and lifestyle changes to improve their health. I also offer assistance in, like, one of my key points of my program is meal planning. So I just teach them how important food is in their daily lives, how you can use food to heal yourself of those illnesses that we just think that we have to deal with, like headaches, swelling, female problems. Oftentimes we just think that's just how it is and I have to deal with. But I show my clients how, by eating the right foods, you can manage, if not eliminate, a lot of the issues that we deal with. And also in making sure you have a healthy diet helps you to cope with crises when they occur in your life. like with this.
That is so
COVID.
true.
Yes, like with
Yeah,
this.
mental
COVID,
health
like,
is.
that was extreme. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. Whole nation shut down. I mean, it was like a desert, and you walking around in our country. We're not used to walking around and seeing people with masks. So this was like unprecedented for us. People losing their job. You at work one day, and the next day you got to move everything to work from home. Kids went on spring break, never went back to school. You got events, special events that were if not postponed, canceled. In my own personal life, we had a wedding that had to be postponed because of COVID. So those crises like that is, I know that having a proper diet helps you to cope with those crises. But in all of this, one of the things that I saw that could be, I guess, described as a silver lining or a blessing in what has happened is it forced people to spend more time with their family. It forced us to stop and pause and focus on family because we were quarantined. We couldn't go anywhere. So everybody was home. So with that along came cooking at home. We are such a society that we always, many people go out to eat their dinners, or you can dial up and get food delivered to you and so forth, and all of that stopped. So we had to go back to cooking. And I thought, now that we're kind of getting back to our normal everyday life, is that going to stop? And that was one of the reasons I chose this topic to discuss, because I thought if I can give women listening today some tips and tools to make cooking at home fun, easy, and not a burden, I think that would be helpful for everyone and to help them to keep going forward with spending time with their family. So that's what I wanted to do today, was talk about adaptable meal planning tips for a busy lifestyle. So I'm going to share my screen now. I say that I am a novice at this. I'm not good at this. So let's try to get this going.
Well, I know that like many, I'm pretty sure I've heard a lot of women and others say that they have gained weight since COVID. And, you were talking about how we've had to really cook at home. But like if you're a businesswoman, entrepreneur, sometimes that's not ideal. So you do have to keep like door dashing, all the other little restaurants. So you get so consumed with all of that. And then you are gaining weight little by little. And before you know it, you reach the level of no return and you want to try to lose weight again. So I'm sure these tips are going to be so great. I'm excited to hear them because I need them to get my weight back on track.
Well, great. And that's what I want to share with everyone. You don't have to do that. If you meal plan, that's the key, is planning. If you plan, even with a busy lifestyle, and the meal planning tips I'm going to give you are adaptable to anyone's lifestyle. So first of all, you're going to need some supplies. You're going to need a notebook. Spiral notebook is great. A calendar is something that you're going to need. You're also going to need a meal planning template. You don't have to have that, but that's helpful. Some people like paper. Some are more geared toward digital. So there's meal planning apps out there that you can download. So those are the supplies that you're going to need for meal planning, to learn how to meal plan. Now, I'm going to give you the tips, but on the screen you can see my contact information, because oftentimes the tips are not enough. You need guidance and support in implementing those tips, and that's what I do as a health coach, is I make myself available to help you step by step with your lifestyle, the foods you eat, learn how to meal plan, and learn how to incorporate healthy meals into your everyday life, so it can not only help you but also your family. So that's going to be up on the screen, how you can reach out to me. I have on my website there is a link to schedule a free health consultation. That's how you get started with me, is just scheduling this free consultation where we sit down and we discuss your goals, and I can tell you, I can get to know you, and then I can tell you how my programs can be able to help you achieve the goals that you want to. So to start off with, meal planning. What is meal planning? It is just simply setting aside a specific amount of time to plan the meals for the week, and making sure that you have all the ingredients that you need to cook those meals. So when I say meals, I'm talking breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So you're going to create a strategy of what you're going to eat every day, at a week at a time, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Now, one of the reasons that I had to start meal planning, because I had a health crisis. I was diagnosed with hypoglycemia, and the doctors could not find the underlying cause on it. So they sent me to a nutritionist. And in order to manage that, the nutritionist recommended that I eat 6 small meals a day. So every 2 to 3 hours, I had to eat. If I didn't, I was setting myself up to have a hypoglycemic crisis. And if anyone's out there that's diabetic and you've taken too much insulin, you know what that feels like. It is not a fun thing at all. You get lightheaded, you get dizzy, you get groggy, your speech slurred. So I felt like I was tethered to food. So working all day, I didn't have time to come home and try to cook a meal and eat within that 3-hour period of time. So I had a meal plan. I had to know every day what I was going to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and my snack. And I couldn't deviate from that. So that was my purpose in learning how to meal plan. Now, with that said, let me go on and say, as I progressed as a health coach, I was able to totally get rid of the hypoglycemic crisis that I experienced then. I no longer am tethered to food like that. I can eat 3 normal meals a day without having any health issues. But that meal planning skill that I learned for that reason has carried me on through for the past 6 years, to help me to maintain the healthy diet lifestyle that I have currently. So it is very crucial, and that's one of the things my clients always say. That's a crucial key in them maintaining and achieving the goals that they're trying to. So that's what the first tip is to identify your purpose. What is going to be your purpose for meal planning? Is it going to be health reasons? Is it going to be to save money? Are you meal planning because you need to save time? And like you mentioned, Stacy, being such a busy person working, you don't have time to cook, so you DoorDash. So will your purpose for meal planning be to save time? Or maybe it's just that you want to spend more time with your family. So that's the first tip that you need to do, is identify your purpose, because that purpose is going to be your motivation for stick to meal planning. The second tip is to review your schedule for the week. That's why that calendar is important. Now, we're all very, very busy people, and some of us use a calendar. You may use the calendar on your phone, or you may have a paper calendar. But write down everything that you have to do. Not only does it help you to prevent you from being overwhelmed, because sometimes we think we got to do all this stuff, and once we get it down on paper, it really isn't that much, and we have our arms around it, as I can say, so it doesn't seem like it's not manageable. So you're going to review your schedule for the week, because once you review your schedule, you're going to do your meal planning around your schedule for the week. So that's tip number 3, is plan your meals for a week. We're talking a 7-day week, not a 5-day week, 7-day week. So you're going to plan 1 meal at a time. Don't try to do breakfast, lunch, and dinner when you first start. Just pick one, because if you try to do all 3, you will be completely overwhelmed. So just pick 1 meal that you want to start planning with. While you're planning your meals, and this means I'm going to eat this for dinner on Monday, eat this for dinner on Tuesday, and so forth. That's what you're going to be planning. And as you're planning your meals, you also want to plan multi-day dishes. And what I mean by that is, if you like broccoli, cheese, and chicken casserole, you want to cook enough that you can get 2 meals out of that. So you may have that for Monday, and then you'll have that again for Thursday. So now, instead of having to cook 7 meals for the week, you only have to cook 5, because you've planned a multi-day dish. And you can do that a couple of days during the week. So that's part of meal planning. Also, you want to plan dishes that use the same ingredients but cook differently. So take, for instance, the one dish I just mentioned, the broccoli cheese chicken casserole. You can also take and bake that chicken, cook the broccoli in the oven also, and have your rice on the side. You've got the same ingredients, but you have different dishes and they taste different. So that gives you a variety, but it cuts down on what you have to buy at the grocery store, and it cuts down your planning for your meal. So you want to plan dishes using the same ingredients. And I also recommend trying a new dish at least once a month at minimum, because you want to give yourself variety. If we eat the same thing every week after week after week, then you're going to go back to DoorDash. You're going to go back to running through the drive-through, because it's not going to be fun for you. So you want to at least try a new dish a month. A week would be great, but at least once a month. And you can get those ideas from the internet. I subscribe to All Recipes in Delish. They send me recipes every week. I don't look at them they send it every day. I don't look at them every day.
Do you think Pinterest is overwhelming?
Huh?
Do you think Pinterest is too overwhelming? Could you go to Pinterest and look for an easy meal?
Now you can. It is for me because I'm not familiar with it. And it takes a lot of scrolling and knowing the platform and how to utilize it. So I don't personally use it because it is overwhelming to me. I know people that do and have a great success in doing that. So when it comes to adaptable, you find what's comfortable for you.
I like that.
Like I said, All Recipe, in my email box, I get recipes every day. When I decide on my meal planning that this week I'm going to cook a new recipe, then I'll start scrolling through them. Or as one pop up, on their header and I like it, I'll save it and then I'll go back to it. So, and also as you're talking to friends and family, if someone mentions a dish that they cooked and enjoyed, then you go ahead and, get that recipe for them.
Good idea.
And while you're planning, incorporate your family in the planning. Your kids, it would be so much fun to tell your kids, okay, each one of you pick a day that you want a food. You decide what we're going to have for dinner. Now, you may have to jazz it up some to make it be nutritious. You can't just have hot dogs by itself or something of that nature. But that would be fun for the kids to be able to be involved in the planning of the dishes for the week. So you want to, when you're planning your meals, that's tip number 3, you want to plan your meals for the week and try to incorporate planning one at a time, the multi-day dish, the different ingredients, and trying new recipes. So that's tip number 3. Now, for tip number 4, after you've planned your meal, make your grocery list. Do not leave home. Do not go to the grocery store without a list.
That is so true.
Have a list. Because the worst thing for you to do is to do all this wonderful meal planning, get home, get ready to cook it, and you don't have all the ingredients that you need.
Very true.
So you got to have that grocery list, and you have to take it to the grocery store with you. Don't forget it and leave it at home. And
I think the grocery list is so helpful because I tend to go to the store and spend way too much because I've overdone something, or I've gotten something that I've all my items I've gotten. So I love the grocery list.
Shopping.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the grocery list will help me stay on target. It'll keep me financially in a grocery list space that I need. So good idea.
So you want to make sure that you have your grocery list. Now, tip number 5 is plan when you're going to go to the grocery store. I plan every Saturday or Sunday. It's when I do my grocery shopping. Now, maybe that doesn't fit into your lifestyle. Maybe you can go twice a week, or maybe you can go once a month. Whatever works for your lifestyle, plan when you're going to go to the grocery store and shop for your meal planning list. This also prevents you from doing that, going to the store and picking up item thing that you run into the store 2 or 3 times a week because you don't have what you need to cook, or you didn't know what you were going to cook and you decided at work at 3 o'clock you were going to have this, and you're calling home to see if you have these ingredients. if you plan it out and plan when you're going to go to the grocery store, that not only does it keep your refrigerator stocked because you're going at a regular time, but it also frees up that you're not running to the grocery store at those odd times. So you want to plan when you're going to do your grocery shopping. So once you've done those things, you got your meal plan already filled out and written down, and you've got when you got your grocery list, and you've gone to the grocery store. Now you want to plan when you're going to cook. So that is one of the key, I think, to me, one of the really key factor in maintaining and being able to implement meal planning is knowing when you're going to cook. I can plan all I want, but if I don't know when I'm going to cook it, it still becomes burdensome. Now for me, when I cook everything for the week on Saturday or Sunday. I have that flexibility. So if Saturday, like today, I have the event that I'm doing today, they may not have time to do that, and I know that, so I plan to cook tomorrow. So that's how I plan to cook my meals for the week. Now, I do spend a little more time in the kitchen doing it that way, but it frees me up. I don't have to cook anymore during the week. I cook that one time.
Sorry, LaDonya. So for those anxiety people out there who, you know, because I'm thinking about my son actually right now in this, and they don't, how long do you basically keep things in the refrigerator? How long can you keep them in there when you're meal planning ahead of time?
Now, if you're buying fresh vegetables and meat, probably the maximum would be 7 days. You don't really want to go over 7 days if you have a refrigerator. Yeah, you don't want to go over 7 days. So there's a learning curve in knowing how much you need to cook for your family, which most of us, we've been doing it for years, so we know how much the quantity we need to cook for our family. So if you're doing a multi-dish meal, then you know just to double that so that you have enough for 2 days meals. But like I said, I cook on Saturday, and it may take me a couple of hours, but using those techniques of multi-dish planning and using the same ingredients, it really doesn't take me that long.
And you know, sometimes it's really relaxing.
Yeah, I can get it. I love to do it. Now, I'm not an elaborate recipe cook by any means. I don't create all these different recipes. I am a simple cook because that's what I enjoy. Sometimes for me, it can be challenging to go through and do those ingredients, putting them all together. That's why I said maybe do that once a week or once a month. But I cook my regular foods that I have my meal plans that I kind of rotate in and out. So I cook those regular foods, and because I know how to cook them, it only takes me a couple of hours, and I'm done for the week. Now I had one client that she didn't mind cooking every day, but when she got off work, she wanted her food to be ready, so she just heated up. So what she did was she cooked a day in advance. So on Sunday, she cooked for Monday. On Monday, she cooked for Tuesday.
Oh, that makes sense.
So after she ate, she would go in there and cook, and that was relaxing for her. I had another client that she was off on Wednesdays and Sundays. So those were the days that she cooked. For Sunday, she'd cook Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so that she had her food prepared, and Wednesday, she'd cook for the rest of the week. That way, it's in the refrigerator. It's only in the refrigerator for a week. You can pull it out, heat it up in your oven, heat it up in your microwave. Or one of the new little tricks I found is you have an air fryer. You can heat food up in your air fryer, and it makes it just as fresh as when you just cooked it. So those are the tips that really help you to be able to meal plan. And like I said, once you identify your purpose for meal planning, then it will motivate you to want to stick to it and press through it. Now, to me, the spending of time with the family, this will really afford you an opportunity to spend that time with the family. One thing I did forget to mention, as you're meal planning, go ahead and plan and eat out night. Go ahead and plan if you know your child has practice and right after school and you won't get home until 8 o'clock and you plan to go ahead and run through KFC if that's what you want to do. But plan it so that you know every day, every meal, what you're going to do and what you're going to eat. Your family will appreciate you for that. And it will just make your life easier. So like I said, I'm giving you the tips. If anyone wants these tips, you can hit me up and in the chat, and I'll be glad to email those to you. But if you're wanting help in implementing those, let me see if I can get back. Like I said.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You've given us a lot of great information to use. I can't wait to go to your site. I'm probably going to be using it myself. I know I need it, especially for meal planning and all of that. So thank you so much, and we appreciate you coming on.
All right. Thank you, ladies.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. So our next speaker, I am so excited to present. Thank you for your patience. This has been great information. So we'll go on to Miss Cantice Burrell. I'm so excited to be able to introduce her. Hi, honey. And I had the opportunity to work with Cantice and to be a part of her events. And she is
I think
so
Crystal
amazing.
wants to do a giveaway first.
Oh, does
yes.
she?
Before we do that, we got to do the giveaway.
She keeps telling me, Stacy, you need to come on. Come on. Now she's wanting to give a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway.
We got to do the giveaway.
Yeah, we
got
do.
people. Okay, so the giveaway. We got 2 giveaways. The first one was for Sandra's gift. And I'm going to jump right over here and start our wheel. The winner of Sandra's gift is Tanita Jones. Yay!
Yay!
So she'll be removed, and we're going to spin one more time.
Well,
and you have one more chance to get in, by the way.
I'm trying, but I'm trying to do my.
Sandra's gift went to Tanita, and Patricia Howe's gift goes to Miss LaDonna.
Yeah.
Thank you, winners.
Nice. Exciting.
Guys, wait, hold on. Okay, you guys, this has been amazing. And we're not going to finish until we finish. So if you have to jump off, I do understand. I have my lovely grandbaby. Yes, Miss Denila is with me,
and he driving
because
me insane.
I was scheduled to babysit at 2 o'clock. So the life of a busy woman. So without further ado, we have one more speaker, vendor. If you haven't had a chance to go out there and check out Miss Sandra or Patricia's, you will be able to at a later time. We want you to participate, to, you know, acknowledge that they have a business, become a member of what they got going on, sign up for their newsletters. But this lady right here, I met just a few days ago, and she already has grown on me. I really like her style. I like her positions. I love the way that she is. Her vendors. She's a realtor, as well as she is also has some other businesses that she does. So Miss Tanita Foot, if you could come on our live, and Stacy's going to ask you a few questions before you move on out.
Sure. Hi, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
I'm good.
Awesome. So glad to have you. So tell us what defines success for you.
I would say what defines success for me at this very moment is peace. My peace and my serenity at this moment is a success for me. When I can get that quiet time and you know, just time to reflect. To me, that's the success, because, you know, with all the things we have going on, things that are going on in the world, businesses and things of that nature, we're really busy. And so when I have that time to where I can sit and think, that to me has defined my success.
Okay, what motivates you?
I would say what motivates me is wanting to get to a level to be able to be a success, to be able to give back to the community, to be able to teach. I have a 14-year-old daughter, and I actually have a 21-year-old son. So generational wealth is motivational to me. So being able to learn all the things I can learn, to be able to pass those things on to my children so they can pass those things on to their children, to me is motivation. So that motivates me to be able to do, for me to do everything that I do. Seeing them successful. Later on, I'm going to get a chance to show you guys my daughter. She's 14 years old and she has her own business. And so,
wow.
Yeah, she watched
that
her.
That is awesome.
Yeah, and so now she's doing her own thing. And so that's my motivation.
That's great. So what are some of your own struggles like in your business, in your career?
I would say my current struggle with, and I'm just going to speak about the real estate business, and my current struggle is me recently moving to Oklahoma and being from Arkansas, being able to network. That's my struggle right now, being able to find clients for me to be able to sell homes to, and, build the community and different things like that. So I would say that's my current struggle. And especially with COVID, there's not a lot of in-person things going on. We're doing these things virtual, but at the same time, interest rates are good. People still need homes.
Yeah.
We still need to build this community. We need to let people know that they don't have to just rent, they can buy.
Right.
You don't have to, so I would say that would be a current struggle for me right now.
So just building upon the clientele.
Yeah.
What is your power word for 2020 and why?
I would say my power word is power and peace. Those would be my words. I believe that power is very, very important.
Power and peace. I love it.
Yes, and peace is very important. So I was struggling in between those two. So those would be my two, to have power and peace.
That is awesome. So do you have an item to give away today to share with everyone?
I do. I actually have two items, and that's because I was presenting two businesses. My little daughter, I told her to come in here and at least I told her at least come and peep your head in and say hi to the people. Her business is called J Hustle. I don't know.
I think your virtual
background won't let you hold it up.
If you kind of take your virtual off, you may
or take a picture of it and post it in the chat.
Thanks,
okay. I can do that. I actually have two shirts because I actually have a t-shirt business as well. It's called Customized Tees and Things. And she started making t-shirts as well. So she has a t-shirt that she
t-shirt line.
I was trying to take the background off just so I can show you guys real quick. But just real quick, she has
I like that.
See, this is for the young folk. This is just a little crop top here that says Brad.
Yeah.
That she wanted to give away out of her store. She also sells them as well.
That's so nice.
And then I have a shirt, for whomever wins the shirt, I can make it in but it's a little sparkly blessed shirt.
Nice.
I think we all should definitely be blessed when we come and when we go.
Amen.
So I have that too as a giveaway for.
That is beautiful, man. I didn't get a chance to go sign up. I should have. I'm missing out. Thank you so much. We're excited.
It's not too late. You have until the end of the next speaker.
Crystal, stop. I don't know how to do it. I've been trying to introduce people, so I'm done. I forgot it. I just won't be able to do it. And look here. So anyways, thank you, Tanita. Everything looks really great, and I am excited for the winner. So with no further ado, Crystal, did you have anything else before I introduce our speaker?
Yes, Tanita, if you could hop off and go live, and we're going to post it in our WOW page in our group, and we will also put it in the chat here, and afterwards there will be a link available for you on our website. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to say one thing. I just want to say one more thing. If you ladies know anybody that's looking to buy or sell a house, please contact me. And I'm going to go in my daughter's page and help her with her vending stuff. But I'm going to try to tag my real estate page as well. Because when I say I'm only about 2 weeks new, I'm only about 2 or 3 weeks since I've had my license. So definitely would appreciate the referrals.
Definitely will.
Do.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. So now we will go, Cantice, I really introduced you already, but I'm so excited. How about you go ahead and.
Yes. So, well, hi, Stacy. Hello, everyone.
So you can introduce yourself and then I'll go to your questions real quick.
So hello, everyone. My name is Cantice Burrell, and I am the owner and founder of Living My Worth. I also have my clinical social work license, and so I am a therapist as well as a coach. I also do quite a bit of speaking. I'm a community presence, all of those good things. So I will leave it at that. And you know what, Stacy, what I'm going to try to do is through the process of our questions, sort of put my points out here, because I have 3 points. I got 3 points, y'all, 3. So I'm gonna do my 3 points, but I feel like I might be able to weave them a bit into our interview, so that way we can, you know, be respectful. I am also proud to be a member of the board, so I do have an interest in, you know, making sure that we respect everybody's time too. So we're gonna do both. We're gonna do both.
Okay. So just chime in if you want to. I will start with what defines success for you. And
okay, yeah. Okay, so for me, success is just showing up in the room and knowing that I belong. And
wow, I like it.
And infecting everybody that I meet with that same confidence, and everybody knows I like to say I am enough. And so if you would stop and say that to yourself right now, I am enough. That's yes.
I am enough.
Yes, when you feel that and you know that and you experience that, I'm successful.
Amen. I love that. Love it. What motivates you?
So what motivates me is being my purpose. And the other day I was just praying and meditating and reflecting, and this phrase came to me: purpose does not cringe in the face of fear. Purpose is the foundation of what we can push through fear on. So when you know who you are and you know your purpose, there's nothing that can stop you. So
yeah, that comes with a lot of confidence too.
Yes,
confidence is a big word when it comes to things like that.
Yes, for sure.
So, what are some of your own struggles in your business and career?
So for me, I would say things that I feel like is a struggle point. And if you want to think about right now, you know, what I'm here to talk about today is the storm. And sometimes we need to remember that we were designed to weather storms. And so I think it's just in remembering that and always looking for the possibilities in what our life circumstances create. Because sometimes we can look at being in fear or being uncertain, but with every change and every storm, there is what we call an aftermath, right? And so you have to determine, are you going to look at the aftermath as a disaster, or are you going to look at the aftermath as an opportunity? So I would say, as far as me being a therapist and being someone who coaches people and a women's empowerment expert, it's always keeping myself present to what is possible.
Very true.
Yeah.
So you said we are designed to handle
storms.
Yes.
So
wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, we're designed for it. And let me say this. So when we look at nature, right? We can consider a tree. If we consider a tree and we start to use a tree as an example for how we deal with storms, we have to think about the anatomy. So the tree has limbs and bark and all these different pieces. And when there is a storm, some of those limbs fall off, right? And we may, and people, we can lose certain pieces of ourselves. But consider that that is actually God's pruning process. That in order for us to get to a place where we can grow and we can flourish, that we've got to cut back some of the pieces of us that may not be useful anymore.
Or maybe too sharp.
Maybe too sharp, maybe dead,
right?
May not be working, whatever the case may be. So I want you to know that storms can bring about discomfort, but discomfort is the ground for us to be able to grow. So if you are going through the storm, which we are going through some growth right now,
oh
I can
my
tell you that right now, that, you know, we are going through that growth. Just consider shifting your mind and going, you know what, this is something that I can grow through. The other piece that is really, really important about a tree. So there was some years ago that I went on a trip to California, and they have these trees that are called redwoods. And redwood trees have a really interesting root system. The root system of the redwood trees, usually tree roots, they grow deep. The redwood trees, they grow out and shallow. But what they do is they actually grab on to the roots of other trees and they hold on to each other.
Wow, that's so powerful.
Yeah, so what makes a redwood tree strong is the fact that they have an interconnection to one another.
They gather strength from the other trees.
Yeah, so that's the other thing about storms, is that storms can point us to our support system, to the people around us that we can grab a hold of so that we can keep moving forward and that we won't fall down. Because the point is that we want to ebb and flow with the winds, but we don't want to fall down. Man, good stuff. Yeah, okay, so the last thing that I want to just kind of bring out about this tree, and as far as the storm, is the aftermath, right? So imagine, you know, close your eyes and imagine that you just woke up from a night where there's been winds and the tornado came through and people are putting, you know, knees on people's necks, and there is you know, there's a coronavirus, and there seems to be death and loss and all kinds of financial ruin. You're still waiting on your stimulus check, or the way you used to do your business, you have to do it a different way. There's all kinds of ways that we are experiencing storms right now. And I am here to tell you that we can shift our mindset in the aftermath and see less of a disaster and more of an opportunity. So a bird, when it sees trees and sticks and limbs, it doesn't see debris. It sees an opportunity to build a home. And when we start to take the pieces and we build something from it, that is when we reclaim our power. And so I'm here to tell you that you don't have to stop at the knee on the neck, but you can use your voice and use this as an opportunity more than ever to start to say, you know what, it's time for me to say something. It's time for me to speak. Or you know what, you can go, wow, that stimulus check is not coming. But you know what I do know how to do? I know how to fry chicken and make some green beans. It's time for me to sell some dinners because people need to eat. Okay, I love it. You can say, you know what, I'm having to work from home. This is my opportunity to reorganize, redecorate, and make a haven for myself. Wow. So it is time for us to see the aftermath as an opportunity rather than a disaster. Build your nest, and remember, a nest is indicative of warmth, of nurture, of love, of being fed, and a place where you can be protected and safely grow. And when it's time, we can all, I heard Tamara say many times throughout this today, then we can soar. So my message to you today is to just embrace the opportunity to grow, to latch on to one another, and see the aftermath as an opportunity rather than a disaster. Thank you so
Oh
much
my
for letting me
God.
share. I'm just excited. I do have a retreat coming up called Me Moment. And right now, I believe we all need a moment. I will share the link to that in the chat so that you all, if you're interested, can register for that and get
Don't
involved.
forget your power word.
Yes. And my power word, man, I have a lot of power words, but
I bet you do.
Yes. For today, I will go with possibility.
Oh, I
Because
love it.
that is where we are right now. I believe that 2020 is still a year of vision, and it is not time for us to, back down from that. And so we need to start to see what is possible from here. All right. Thank you.
Wow, you have given me a lot of hope today. That was powerful. Thank you so much for
You're
sharing.
welcome. Yes.
I will turn it back over into the hands of our wonderful CEO, Crystal E. Fakoya. And I have so thoroughly enjoyed all of you ladies. This has been wonderful. And to just top it all off and end it with Cantice and those powerful words, and just loving to hear about that tree. It's the red fern. You said it's what tree was that? That connects to the other trees.
It's the red. Now I'm forgetting.
Sorry,
it's the redwood. It's a redwood tree.
Redwood. Yes.
There are forests of redwood trees so I wanted to give you all a visual and just something to connect to. But if for some reason you feel like you're struggling with being able to handle the storms that are going right now, I am available to support you. Stacy is available to support you. We both of us are therapists. Stacy, I just love talking to you, and I have really enjoyed just being a part of this powerful platform. And so I'm just excited. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cantice. That was great stuff. I enjoyed it.
That
all right,
was
Crystal.
Great. I am back finally. Finally. I don't know if you all can see my video. I don't even know where it is. Hold on, you guys.
We see you.
You can see me?
Spring Bling. Yeah.
OMG. Okay, I can't even see myself. Okay, so let me spotlight myself. Okay, so Cantice, that was amazing.
It was.
Stacy, thank you for hosting, co-hosting with me. And Tamara, I don't know if you're still on this live, but thank you for co-hosting as well.
It was a joy.
I thank my board. I thank my children. I thank the wonderful vendors, the women that participated today. This has been amazing.
Awesome.
And the more I think about it, the power after the storm. This morning, we were in a tornado. It might have been a hurricane with technology, but the power that came after that storm.
Yes.
The lives that have been transformed with the information, and it probably was information overload, but that's okay, because guess what? You found something that you enjoyed today. And if you didn't, I'm so sorry for you. This may not be
we have more to come. We have more to come. Right.
But you know what? Find something.
They found something. I mean, I feel like even if you didn't find something today, you will find something in our future. You have found something in our past and all of the YouTubes we have and all of the other great things we have on Facebook. So there is always something to gather from the WOW Women Network. So hey.
It is. And y'all don't know it, but we're in transition. We've been through the storms. We are transitioning. We are getting stronger. That is the word for this year per my church. I got to give a shout out to Transformation Church. Yes, I know that was a shameless plug, but that's what we do. But we at WOW are getting stronger.
That's her power word. Her power word is stronger.
Yes, that is my power word, stronger. Because this year has really, I've grown leaps and bounds in just this last 6 months. I think everybody has become a little bit stronger. They've become stronger at their home life. They've become stronger at their technology. They've come, their appetite has grown stronger. I know mine has.
We've had to in this COVID generation.
Yes, but at the end of the day, we are in a spot now where WOW is ready to grow with you. So before I get to the last giveaways, because I know some of you all are waiting on those giveaways. So before I get to those, I'm going to go ahead and start discussing some other programs that are going on right now. I don't know if you all know, but I am a leader for a Founder Institute, which is coming to Tulsa, and we have a deadline to meet tomorrow, or they're not coming to Tulsa, because of course Tulsa is a very unique state, or city I should say, and we wait to the last minute to do anything. But if you are serious about taking your business to the next level, about getting your business incorporated or opening up stock for your business, and this isn't a business that you're doing for someone else, this has to be a business that you're willing to start for yourself. This is a program that will actually, from start to finish, give you the tools that you need to make yourself a unicorn company. Who knows what a unicorn company is? I didn't know until I found out about this organization. And it is a unicorn company is a company that is they make $1 billion a year. So this program comes from Silicon Valley. So, you know, Apple and Microsoft and a lot of other great tools have come from there. So if you're serious about taking your business to the next level, please join us. Tomorrow is the deadline for us to get 5. Our last deadline is on the 21st of June, which is a week from now. So we're running a special right now. It's $600 to join the program. But from getting incorporated, your legal status, to getting your business out there on the public market, for people to buy stocks in your business, that's a drop in the bucket. If you're really serious about starting your business, this is where you need to be. Other upcoming events. Of course, one of our partners is Dress for Success. And if you've never been to Dress for Success, they got some wonderful items and they are extremely discounted. Most of it is new or gently used. And they are doing a Shop for Success summer sale. So if you get a chance, please check them out. You can shop. They have bags. They have everything. And they are going to be open Thursday, June 25th, Friday, June 26th, and Saturday, June 27th. The times are on the screen. So if you have an opportunity, please drop by. And of course, our next event. Next month, we are all about taking you from 9 to 5 to owning mine. I don't want to work a 9 to 5 anymore. I want to own my own. So from side hustle to business owner, it's going to be both on site. Hopefully, we're back at the library, and we will also have it virtually. So if you can't go live, you will still be able to witness it via virtual.
Love it.
And if you haven't by now entered your business into our business directory, I'm gonna tell you how powerful. We don't even have a lot of people in the business directory, but I had a person that went through and literally said that they wanted to patronize everybody that was a member of the that was on the business directory. They were buying items from people or liking their page or just doing things. They wanted to help these women grow their businesses.
That's awesome.
So if you have a business, you need to make sure it's listed in our business directory. And when you go to wownetwork.org, you can see there's a business directory, or the link is directly on the screen right now. Make sure you sign up your business for our business directory. And of course, we are raising leaders. WOW is going to the next level, and we need leaders to help us reach that level. We want to encourage women to apply to the leadership program so that you can get the tools to be able to lead your own programs, to be able to lead your own nonprofit, or be able to lead your own business. Please sign up And you can sign up at wownetwork.org/leader. You will learn how to become an effective leader, change your community and create events, effective communications, start your own nonprofit, and fundraise for your nonprofit. So if you're in, please go to that site and become a leader with the women that we're creating in WOW. And of course, I don't know any organization that has as much information as we give here at WOW for $25 per year. If you have not become an official member of WOW, what are you waiting on? We need you. We want you. And we want to help you to grow your business. So join our network so that you can be a part of everything that we have going on this year.
This has been great, Crystal.
Hold on, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So you all are waiting on our last giveaways. So I'm going to switch over here. I'm going to make sure we have all the names entered that are going to be entered into the drawing. Let me make sure I have all the names in there.
Let me go enter. Hold on. I don't know how. Hold on.
You follow the link, the www.wownetwork.org/spring-bling. And if you...
I can't find it. That's okay. Go ahead.
Let me see who is in the giveaway. Okay, I believe everybody has been entered from the giveaway. So we're about to get started. We have 2 more giveaways, and the 2 giveaways were for the t-shirts from Tanita. So the first winner is oh, I forgot to put it on the screen, huh? Hold on, I'm gonna share my screen. I'm sorry, the first winner, you didn't even know you won. But Maya, you are the winner of the t-shirt from Tanita. That's so hard to say. Okay, the next winner. It slid away from Regina into Rose Hurd. Rose Hurd, you are the winner of Tanita's gift. And guess what? You know, I'm in a generous mood, and we still have 3 more giveaways. So all 3 of the ladies that are left on this screen, and I'm gonna do it just for kicks and giggles to see in what order. Monique Jacobs, you are a winner. Yay! Let's see who else wins. Regina Lassiter, you are a winner. And last but not least, there's only 1 person left. If you lose, I don't know how. Ashley Williams, you are our lucky winner. So we would like to thank everyone that applied. Everybody that signed up won a prize. Everybody that signed up. So without further ado, thank you guys for logging in today. Thank you for participating today. Thank you for your lovely faces. I hope that you go out, you patronize the women that are vendors, all of the vendors that sign up today. And we hope that you have a wonderful day. But before we end, I'm gonna take it off of the spotlight. It looks like we've lost Stacy and LaDonna, but there's a few people still on this live. What words do you have about today? What do you feel about what happened today? I would love to get your feedback. And I'm gonna stop recording at this point.